Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was scouted by both queens. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You. Sometimes when I fall asleep, I have this dream. No, I have it nearly every night. This dream, where I can hear a child crying somewhere in the distance of this dark place. It's pitch black every time, and the only thing I can see in front of me is a wooden park bench. There's an old, homeless-looking man lying on it. He looks completely lifeless. It's almost like, no doubt, he's gone. I can tell with just a glance. That must be why that invisible kid is crying. I can't see him, but I can tell that he's heartbroken just by the sound. In fact, listening to his cries fills me with dread. Every time I end up in this dream, I'm always overwhelmed by this sickening feeling of despair. Staring down at this old man and hearing those cries, it just makes the feeling all the worse. It grows and gnaws at me constantly until I reach my limit, but right when I try to do something about it, I realize that I can't. If I try to touch the old man on the bench, my hands go right through him, as if he weren't even there. No, rather, it's more like I'm the one who's not really here. Maybe that's why I can't see the crying child either. That must be why no one can hear my voice either, including me. Despite the darkness, I can still hear the sounds of other people passing by and muttering, meaning that the child isn't the only one around. There's other people too, I just can't see them either. Even so, when I try to call out and ask for help, my voice doesn't come out. There's nothing but an empty exhale, like if my voice is being choked out of me. Even though I can breathe, I can't ask for help. Everyone is unaware of my quiet wheezes. Or maybe they're just ignoring it? Why would they? It's obvious that they just can't hear it, right? But then again, why would they ignore the crying child here? And moreover, why would they ignore the man that has clearly passed away, all alone on this park bench? There it is again. Just like always, I only realize it at the end. Right there, towards the end of the dream, that's when I remember. I recognize this old man. I know him. He's the old man from my childhood. The perverted Aji-san who taught me his lecherous ways. I dubbed him Ero-sensei, after a character from one of my favorite shonen manga series. He's the one who introduced me to my love for women's bodies. He told me lots of stories, played cards with me, showed me lots of eki doujinshi and photos. And most of all, he taught me something. That, despite what the world has taught you, everyone deserves a fair chance. People aren't meant to just be forgotten or left behind. People aren't born to be ignored or neglected. So if there's ever someone who looks lonely, be their friend. If someone needs help, be the hand they reach out to. If someone cries out in distress, answer their call, even if no one else does. He taught me those important lessons, just like my real grandfather did before him too. He was just as important to me as my grandfather was. This dream. It always ends the same way. With the body of the Aji-san having disappeared from the bench, leaving only his blanket behind, the same invisible child crying endlessly, and me, standing alone in the darkness, with tears streaming down my face. I see. That crying child. It was me all along, wasn't it? Wake up. Wake up. If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you. Click. I slapped the button of my alarm clock, shutting it up once and for all. I rolled over in my bed and groaned. I just can't catch a break. Knock knock. Someone knocked on my bedroom door. From the other side, I heard a familiar voice. The voice of my most important family member in the world. I see. I'm heading off to work. There's breakfast on the table. Okaway. That was the voice of my sister calling me from beyond my bedroom. Well, I call her my sister, but we aren't actually related. You see, she's adopted. Oh, I should probably explain that. Okay, where do I even begin? All right. My life is a long story, but to keep it brief, my parents had a lot of trouble making kids. They lost 2 before I was born, and by the second one, they were ready to give up. That's when they adopted my sister at a young age, much to the dismay of my father, who only wanted a son. Eventually though, my mom became pregnant again, and I was born not long after. My father got his son, but at the cost of his marriage. My mom wanted a daughter, which is why they adopted my sister in the first place. But my mom wanted her own daughter, not someone else's. At least, that's one of the things she shouted whenever she argued with my dad. As for Dad, he accused her of cheating, since it was apparently suspicious to him that I even ended up being born, despite me being his spitting image. After that, Mum just constantly blamed Dad for not being able to help her conceive, while he blamed my mother for the same. Eventually, their marriage fell apart. I can't say how much it affected me, since I was so used to it by a certain point. I mean, I don't really remember a time where my parents got along. And when they'd finally divorced, I was already in my first year of middle school. They didn't just divorce though, they also left me and my sister behind. I guess neither of them really wanted to take responsibility for kids from a failed marriage. Dad came the closest to taking over for us, but he didn't want to take my sister in. It was the first manly thing I did in my life, but I refused to go anywhere without her. I think I must have said something like, "It won't be home without Wani-chan." Funny thinking back to it now. I was an okay kid. Nevertheless, that convinced Dad that he didn't want to deal with us either. He wanted a son, not the package deal. Not to mention, he compared my personality to my mother's so often that it upset him. So, unsurprisingly, he left us too. My sister was already an adult by the time I was in middle school though, so she was able to take care of us on her own. I guess the only kind thing we can hand to our parents is that they left us behind with our childhood home. Thanks to that, we weren't forced to move out of Kuo or anything. My sister took over the ownership and got a job to provide for us both. Now, it's just me and her living in this house. Actually, it's just me and her in general. In my second year of middle school, we lost both our parents, permanently. Apparently, Mum had passed away in a terrible car accident. A few months later, Dad passed away too. Guess he drank himself to death. Nachan believes that Dad might have done it after hearing about what happened to Mum. Honestly, I'd be surprised considering how they left off. But I guess humans are complicated. It's just me and Kyoko-nichan now. But it's not too bad. We take care of each other. She's the one person I can rely on. I hope to be that person for her one day too. So far I've just been a burden. Geez. Here I'm telling my whole life story. So much for keeping it brief. Oh, I just realized that I never introduced myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Issei. I am 17 years old. As of a few weeks ago, I am now in my second year of high school. As for the school I attend, well, that's exactly where I'm about to go. Part 1. Wow. I yawned tiredly after sitting down in my seat. Man, why is it that I can never have a good night's rest? One day it's the same dream as always, and then every once in a while, I have dreams about flying in the sky like some giant bird. Either one gets my blood pumping too much to properly sleep. What a drag. Hyoko-kun. Sleepy as usual, I see. Still staying up too late pulling your third leg? Maybe you're having some trouble getting it up like usual? The person who sat down in the empty seat in front me, which didn't belong to her by the way, was none other than my main confidant, Aika Kiryu. A golden-eyed, bespectacled girl with a medium-sized bust who ties her messy hair into braids that hang off each side of her head. In our school, Ko Academy, she's locally known as the Perverted Glasses, a name shared with her male counterpart, some dude named Motohama. Never spoken to the guy, but I see him and his buddy occasionally being chased down by a group of girls. I wish you didn't ask about that in class, Aika. Oh, my bad. Would you rather I texted it? I'd rather you didn't ask. Aika grinned mischievously. I think you've noticed, but this perverted girl likes to tease. A lot. Even her nickname for me is just a tease. I mean, she only started calling me that after hearing my sister call me that once. Oh, is it because I'm right? Did I hit the nail on the head? Well, don't feel too bad. Every guy goes through it once in a while. You're young, so you'll be fine as long as you practice moderation. Just try limiting it to once a night and you'll start noticing the difference. Want me to send you some juicy materials to help you out tonight? You have to promise to use it only once though. She was talking in a sarcastic and haughty manner, Clearly just teasing like usual. This girl is seriously perverted though. I mean, I'm not one to judge, but she's got guts saying stuff like this out loud as a girl. You're right. No way I'm using anything you send me. It'll probably just end up being some hardcore fujoshi smut again. How dare you insult the beautiful world of shonen? Maybe if you tried it out, you wouldn't be so judgmental. Or perhaps you're just hoping for something a little more personal from moi. Hyokuen you dog. I know we're close, but asking me for stuff like that is too much even for me, you know? But I might consider it if you promise to do my Japanese subject homework for the rest of the year. I never know where she gets all this energy from so early in the morning. Still, it's more fun to have her around, even with all of the teasing. And she's been my friend since middle school. I can't exactly lose her now. Speaking of which, hi, have you decided on which club you're joining yet? Yeah. It's the start of the year, so clubs are still recruiting. Aika and I were talking about joining one recently. Oh, that, sort of. What about you? Who, me? Oh, well, I was thinking I might join the literature club. And read what? Are you gonna try and domesticate the members into the realm of yaoi? Their poor brains will be rotten by the time of the cultural festival. She frowned. Hey, converting high school girls is easier than you think. And what about you, smart guy? What grand idea were you having for after-school activities? Oh, well, I was actually thinking of applying for a position in the student council. Aika snorted a laugh, which made my eyebrow twitch in frustration. What's so funny? You can't be serious. And you were making fun of me? If a pervert like you joined the student council, every one of the academy's programs and school events will end up resembling strip shows by next week. That is, if the rest of the extremely strict, all-female student council doesn't strip you of your flesh first. Oh, come on. Can't you at least have some faith in me? I want to do good things every once in a while too. I've got tons of good ideas for the school to implement that don't involve anything lecherous. Plus, unlike you, I don't have a reputation of being a massive perv. Hell, if your reputation was any worse, the girls might not even let you change with them for phys ed class. Your reputation only remains that way because I allow it. If I wanted to, I could bring you right down there with me. All it would take is a couple of message screenshots and some photos of the beloved collection of Eroge on your desktop. I could even add a video of the stack of your favorite doujin collection hidden underneath the pants of your clothes drawer. Hey, how did you? When the hell did you get all of that? How did you even find that? And how'd you get into my computer? Oh please. You're an amateur talking to a pro here. Boys always hide their stashes in the most obvious places, I swear. Also, you really should think about replacing your keys. I'm sure it doesn't need to be explained, but the number keys you use for your PIN login are going to be the most worn out. The chat messages speak for themselves. Why yeah, but if you reveal those, you'll just be exposing yourself too. I've only ever replied with vulgar responses whenever you said something dirty first. Sure, but everyone already knows I'm a pervert. If I show off that's how you talk to a girl though, pervert or no, imagine how that'd make you look. You can kiss your dreams of having a girlfriend goodbye. I flinched. The thought of it made me shiver. This sly girl. To think she had all of this evidence stacked up against me. Forget confidant, she's my greatest adversary. A deadly threat. Excuse me, Kiryu-san. Another student came up beside us to interrupt our back and forth. It's the guy who actually sits in front of me. Looks like it's that time again. My bad, Satoshi-kun. See you later. Issei. Aika left for her own seat as the bell dinged, right on cue. The guy named Satoshi sat down in front of me and gave me a word before turning back around. You know, Hayu, you probably shouldn't hang out with that girl. I heard from the other girls in class that she's pretty weird. That was the advice he gave me. Honestly, I couldn't disagree. She's a total weirdo. Still, I couldn't help but chuckle while glancing across the classroom towards where she sat. She's not so bad once you get to know her. Speaking of which, you might be wondering how I even became acquainted with such an amusing character. Well, like I said, we met in middle school. It's actually a pretty funny story. I must have been around 13 years old. It was halfway through my second year of middle school. My father had just passed a couple of weeks before, which means that my mother had already been gone for a few months. I wasn't really popular or unpopular, just a regular kid in the background. Although, the news about what was happening in my life must have kept making the rounds, since everybody treated me pretty nicely for unknown reasons. There was even one time that I was assigned cleaning duty, and some guy I never spoke to traded spots with me so I could get home early. Despite that, I didn't really talk with anyone, nor did anyone talk to me. I was just sort of there. Not that I minded. Eventually though, one day that girl showed up. How would you look at this? Reading ecchi material in the middle of class? That's quite brave of you, young one. The person who appeared in front of me while I was reading manga during lunch break was Aika Kiryu, who I had never once spoken to before. Sorry? This isn't ecchi. Oh please, don't think you can fool me. I'm a pro. I recognize that art style anywhere. You think I wouldn't be able to tell that it's from that legendary doujinshi artist turned mangaka, Yoshino-sensei himself? You have much to learn if you think you can brazenly read that in class without me noticing. She pushed her glasses up, bouncing the light off of them like some anime character. I felt some sweat drop from my forehead. She knew. She recognized the art style that easily, even though I was pretty sure this girl sat far away from me. I had thought it'd go unnoticed since it was a super niche series, but she was still able to make it out. Not good. If anyone realized that it was an ecchi manga series, I'd be labeled as a pervert. As true as that wasn't something I wanted hanging over my school reputation. I'll have you know, this is an action series. I don't know anything about the author's previous works, but plenty of mangaka get their start that way. In any case, this series is about mechs, so it's not an ecchi. I played the defense game as well as I could, but the girl was too skilled at the offense. An action series, huh? There's plenty of lewd scenes in there though too, isn't there? There's some fan service every once in a while, I'll admit. It's still a shonen series after all. But it's always in service of the plot. The romance between the male and female protagonists is important to the story's development. Which romance? You'll have to be specific considering it's a harem series. I gulped nervously. That part of the story helps develop the main character. Since all of the side characters have their own arcs and relationship with the protagonist, it helps them all develop better as characters. Like I said, it might be fan service, but it's important to the story. Oh yeah? Is the hot springs scene from the last chapter in that volume important to the story? There's a hot springs scene? I shouted excitedly. The girl then began snickering at me with a smug grin. She got me. She giggled like the goofy villain of a shonen manga. Nishishishi, so you haven't read that far yet? Sorry for the spoilers then. If that's the case, you might want to save that chapter for when you get home. Don't want to end up standing tall in the middle of class, do ya? Ding dong. The class bell sounded and the girl finally stood up. There's my cue. Time for me to return to my own territory. Thanks for the interrogation, it was fun. What's your name, by the way? Hayudu Issei. Hayudu Issei, huh? My name's Kiryu, but you can call me Aika. Ojisama is fine too. Catch ya later, Hayudu-kun. Just like that, she was back at her seat, and I was left speechless in mine. She'd totally defeated me. With only one interaction, she was able to spot me, a fellow pervert, in the wild. Now my entire reputation was in danger. What a dangerous woman. I placed my manga back into my school bag as the teacher entered the classroom. I remember my last thought at the time being that I've got to get to that bathing scene as soon as I get home. I chuckled to myself again as my reminiscing came to a close. Naturally, the observant pervert noticed me staring at her from across the room and typed something down on her phone. A moment later, I received a mail from her that had the message, Sukeba, written on it, along with a goofy sticker of a monkey. When I looked up from my phone, I saw her sticking her tongue out playfully with the usual half-closed-eyed smile. I'll take what I said back. She's annoying after all. Part 2. I sweated nervously in my seat and tried my absolute best not to fidget. The silence was overbearing. Right now, I'm sitting at one end of a large, oval-shaped table, across from someone who is considered one of the most beautiful women in Kuo Academy. A third-year student with straight-rimmed glasses, violet-colored eyes, and short hair styled into a bob cut. This woman, who is considered the third most beautiful woman in the academy, right behind the two queens, Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima, is none other than the current student council president, Sona Shirtorai. And right now, that same student council president is looking down at a collection of papers containing my personal academic information with my application for a position in the student council attached to it. You see, after submitting my application, I was asked to do an interview of sorts. Apparently, Shitori-senpai takes her job very seriously, just as the rumor stated, so she personally interviews everyone who applies for any position in the council. I happen to be one of those applicants, so it follows that I'd be interviewed too. I knew that going in, but man, I'm still super nervous. No wonder there's always so few applicants to the student council. I've heard that there are lots of people who talk about the idea of applying just so they can get interviewed by Shitori-senpai, but apparently, her intimidation factor outweighs her popularity because most people back out of it. Scary. Sitting here now, I can't say I blame them. I can't help but feel nervous in her presence, especially with this daunting silence. Even Shitori-senpai's vice president, a similarly stoic third-year student with semi-rimmed glasses and long black hair, Shinra Tsubaki, is just standing there silently next to her president. She glanced at me only once after I sat down, to which I smiled, but she didn't exactly smile back, let alone even acknowledge me. A silent examination by two of the school's most studious, beautiful women, who also happen to be my seniors. This is more intimidating than any test or social event I've ever experienced. Hi Udu Issei-kun. Why yes. Shitori-senpai called out to me unexpectedly, causing me to reply with a spooked shout. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. Despite that, Shitori-senpai wasn't the slightest bit affected by it. I've finished reviewing your academic reports and your application. Oh, I see. As for your grades, I gulped nervously. They're fairly unremarkable. Of course they are. God damn it. I knew she would say that. Obviously they're unremarkable, dumbest. You only have a single A grade on your entire report and the rest of them are B's and C's. Phew, I'm such an idiot. Although you have no failing grades, there isn't anything that stands out in particular about your subjects. An A grade in Japanese is to be expected, I would say. Then 3 B grades and 2 C grades respectively. Not bad, but not impressive either. Fairly standard. Yes. I responded pathetically in a little voice. Way worse than these beauties judging me by my appearance, these geniuses are judging me by my academics instead. I never thought I'd see a day where being called unremarkable cut deeper than being called creep. That being said, I do find it interesting that despite your average letter grading, the marks on your exams seem to be irregularly high. Even for the classes where you have the lowest grades, your test grades rarely come back underneath the 90th percentile. Even on the entrance exam, you scored surprisingly well. In fact, since this academy became co-ed only last year, there's only 2 entrance exam reports present which include male students. And if we factor the scores by excluding females, and only include male student population, you were in the top 10. Shitori-senpai looked at me curiously, as if warranting an explanation from me. I gave the best answer a nervous kid like me could. Oh, that's, well? I actually don't have an explanation for that, really, hee. You see, the best that I can say about that is that I'm good under pressure, I guess? Who knows why, but that's how it's always been since I was a kid. Maybe it's because I had a rough upbringing, but anytime I'm placed under a great deal of stress or feel like I'm being tested, I sort of do better than when I'm left alone to my own devices. That's why whenever tests come around, I sort of feel like I can remember things a lot more clearly and I can focus more easily. Sometimes, I surprise myself by remembering things I thought I didn't even register during class lectures, hee. Sorry if that's a bad explanation. In contrast, I suck at studying when there's a faraway deadline. It's certainly a peculiar explanation, but I wouldn't say it's a bad one. Dealing well with pressure is sometimes a rare but positive attribute, to be sure. Alright, let's move on. As for your application, there is one thing that piqued my curiosity. What's that? Shitori-senpai turned the paper that she was holding, my application, towards my direction. I could see everything I filled out, and the spot that I left blank, which stuck out like a sore thumb. Despite how many project suggestions and prospective programs you included in your potential qualifications bracket, you left an entire section of the application blank. Specifically, you left the personal aspirations section unmarked. Why is that? Do you not have any personal aspirations outside of academics? Yeah, of course she was going to ask me that. It was stupid of me to assume that she might overlook it. No, I knew she'd ask. But even then, I didn't know what to answer, so I left it blank. Now the pressure is on. I guess it's time to see if I'm not lying about dealing well with it. Yeah, about that. If I'm being honest, I just really didn't know what to put under there. I don't know that I've ever had any aspirations of my own. Not very specific ones at least. For the most part, the only thing I've ever thought about doing in life is getting a good education, decent job, and having the capability to take care of my big sister. Something about me mentioning my sister seemed to pique Shitori-senpai's interest. She asked me earnestly, "You care for your sister deeply, it seems?" Yeah, she's all I've got. I'm not sure if any of the documents you've got there include anything about this, but I actually lost both of my parents a few years back now. Yes, I'm aware. You have my sincere condolences. Nah, it's okay. They never really cared for us anyway, to be honest. Maybe this is just how things were meant to be, as horrible as that sounds. My sister and I have only ever had each other to rely on. It's the same thing now. But at the end of the day, I'm just some dumb kid. I can talk big, but I hardly do anything worth a DMN for my sister. Even back when I first got accepted into this school, I only did it for selfish reasons. The idea of being surrounded by so many girls my age was just too alluring. But when I finally showed my sister my acceptance form, she cried. She was so happy and proud of the fact that I was able to get into such a prestigious school, and that I was lucky enough to score within the top 15% of the exam participants, allowing me to attend without high tuition fees. After I saw that, my motivations shifted a bit. Nowadays, I just think about how I can get good enough scores to attend Kuo University and study for a good career path. One that will allow me to take care of my sister, so that she never has to worry or work another day in her life. That's it really. That was the best and most sincere answer I had to Shitori-senpai's question about my aspirations. To be honest, I have no idea why I went on like that. Wasn't like she asked for such a thorough examination of my personal history, but I don't know, I just couldn't help letting it all out. Maybe I'm a little more desperate to talk about it than I thought. The next moment, I was left in astonishment. The beauty of the student council president finally afflicted me. Shitori-senpai, she smiled. That's a wonderful goal to have. Whether or not it sounds grandiose or ambitious, taking care of one's family is always an admirable motivation. I was completely taken by her beauty. Thank you. Shitori-senpai went back to looking at my application before proceeding further. Still, it would be better for your prospects if you had something more concrete laid out in writing. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to help you in that regard. Oh yes, please. Whatever you say. Very well. In that case, let's try simplifying things. In order to find an aspiration, one must know their own values. Tell me, Hayate Issei, what is it that you value? By this, I mean your beliefs. What do you think are important rules or standards that you live by? Something or things that you believe to be the case or should be the case, based on your own history and life experiences. It might sound personal, but it's integral to understanding yourself. If it is too personal, however, you are free to refrain from this activity. No, I understand. I'll try my best. Taking Shitori-senpai's advice, I thought quietly to myself. Values? What are my values? The things I believe in. My truth, based on my experiences. At the end of the day, I couldn't help but remember my grandfather. You are a kind boy, so be kind to others always. Shun. There's always someone out there who feels like they've been forgotten. Like old folks like me. But you make this old man feel like somebody out there still loves him. So if you meet somebody who feels like they've been forgotten, show them that somebody remembers them. That way, they'll know someone's still thinking about them. You taught me everything right. I miss you so much. You don't think your dad loves you because he ignored you when you were crying? Nah, that's not true. Your dad's just an idiot, but he loves you. I just wish I'd raised him better. But don't worry, I'm here. As long as I'm around, you won't be ignored. That's why, you gotta be the same way when you grow up. If you ever hear someone crying, don't ignore them. Be the one that answers their cries, even if nobody else will. Can you do that for me, eh? Be the one to answer their cries. Don't ignore them. Now that I think about it, it's bringing up my memories of the Aro-sensei from the park too. Where do you live, Aji-san? Who, me? Oh, I'm just your regular old hermit, my boy. What's a hermit? It just means I'm from around is all. You don't need to worry about that, my boy. I lived with my daughter for a long time, but, well, after my son went up to the heavens, I decided I didn't want to burden her anymore, so I went on my own. This Aji-san has always been more of a free spirit anyway. That's how you gotta live, my boy. Wild and free. Like Goku-san. Yep, just like him. You gotta be like Goku-san. But just like him, you gotta be fair to others, my boy. Goku-san always helped those in need, and he always gave everyone a second chance. That's how you gotta be. Promise. Yeah. Good. Now look at this. This part of a woman, above the tushy, is called the dimples of Venus. Hee hee. I chuckled out loud on accident. After digging up that kind of memory, I couldn't help it. Aji-chan, and Aro-sensei as I called him. I miss them both. They taught me everything I know. All of the rights and wrongs. All of the things I should value, it comes from them. From their teachings, their guidance. From what I saw in them and what they lived through. Honestly, what am I even acting confused about? I already know, don't I? Yeah, I know my values. There's no way I don't. Well, when it comes to my values, senpai, I guess that much is pretty clear to me. I took a breath and stated it as seriously as I could to avoid making a fool of myself. I believe in equality and fairness. Wherever there's somebody in need, someone facing dire circumstances, or somebody who doesn't know who to call for help, I want to be there. That's the kind of person I aspire to be. Somebody who doesn't just ignore people. Somebody who doesn't forget about people. My grandfather and my mentor taught me lots of things. But what they both taught me above all else is that everyone deserves a fair shot. The second chance. Nobody deserves to be forgotten or left behind. Nobody deserves to be treated like they're lesser because of where they come from or what they are. Everyone's got circumstances, it's just up to all of us to understand that. I want to be the one to understand it all, remember the forgotten, and protect the defenseless. That's all. When I ended my speech, there was another heavy silence left in the air. I could feel the gazes of both of the Bishujo on me, causing me to feel uneasy. Their blank stares are like perfect poker faces, I can't read them at all. Did I say too much? Reflexively, I let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, well, it's something like that. Sorry if that all sounded weird, I can be a little dramatic sometimes. But basically, yeah, that's the gist of it. I guess you could call me sort of an underdog. My circumstances have always kept me in an unfavorable position, so I'm the type to always be thinking about how to help the little guy. Of course, it all sounds nice, but it isn't really something you can put in writing to make a concrete plan out of. I mean, outside of crazy childish dreams like solving world hunger or slavery, erasing poverty or homelessness, or ending discrimination, there isn't a realistic way to define my values with an aspirational lens. That's sort of why I didn't bother. I didn't want to make you guys think I was some idiot to be laughed at. I've definitely said too much now. Now it seems like I've misjudged them preemptively. I hope they don't get offended by that. I should say something. Oh, what I mean by that is, those are wonderful values. I was caught off guard by the sudden praise. Shitori-senpai commended me again. To be honest with you, I'm somewhat impressed. It's rare that someone your age has such a well-rounded understanding of their own perspective and values. Often, people don't consider these topics until they've collected more life experience, which comes naturally with time. Oh, well, for me I just happen to think a lot is all, hee. I've been through a lot, as you can tell, so I've spent lots of time in my own head, reflecting on everything. Thanks to that, I've got a pretty clear picture of who I am and what means what to me. Unfortunately, that doesn't easily translate to what I want to do or what I should do. Even so, it's admirable. Being able to come to terms with subjects like these in spite of your complicated circumstances in life, it's a great sign of maturity. Thank you so much. Although I wouldn't say that it's in spite of my life circumstances, but rather more so because of them. If I had an easier life, I might not have learned everything that I understand about myself now. I had no choice but to use my own experiences as a guide for development. It was the smartest thing to do. The best way to deal with it all. Besides, if I didn't become a responsible, mature adult like my Wani-chan, I'd be useless to her, hee. Again, Shitori-senpai showed to me a rarely seen expression of warmth. As someone with an older sister, I can understand the desire to be useful to them. I grinned widely like an idiot hearing that. Oh, Shitori-senpai has an older sibling too? Yep, you understand exactly how it is then. It's just like that. My Wani-chan has done so much for me. At this point, I certainly can't trouble her any further. That's why I plan to do my best no matter what. That was my firmest declaration. That's right. I can't back down now and make it all for nothing. I'm gonna do my best at everything, no matter what it takes. All for the sake of protecting what I love and becoming the person that Aji-chan and Ero-sensei wanted me to be. And then, just then maybe I'll be able to have a harem of girls who fight over me daily. Eowea, damn it. No matter how much older I get, I still wish for that after all. I want a harem full of girls just like Ero-sensei said he had when he was a young man. I want girls to be fawning over me just like the fans who sent their naked bodies to Ero-sensei in those Polaroids from his touring days as a guitarist. Maybe I should have learned an instrument after all. Is it too late to change my mind and join the music club instead? Aji-chan, please forgive your perverted grandson. Ero-sensei, guide me in your ways. Ahem. Shitori-senpai cleared her throat, interrupting my wild fantasizing and obsessions. She can't read minds, right? I've heard rumors that people say she knows what you're thinking just by looking at you, but those can't be true, right? Well, thank you for your time, Hayate Issei-kun. This concludes today's interview. I'm glad we were able to talk. We'll take your application into very careful consideration. Oh, right. Of course, likewise. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'll just take my leave then. Please excuse me. I grabbed my stuff and headed out of the student council office. I hope it didn't look like I was running away. So, what do you think of him, Tsubaki? To be honest, I'm unsure. What I can say is that he certainly surprised me. I was expecting a far more mundane or forgettable interaction. Taking all details into consideration, he's most peculiar. Indeed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pleasantly surprised. As you said, I was expecting far less from him, but he interviewed quite well. If anything, I'm impressed by his level of understanding towards himself. It's really not often you can see someone use their own terrible life circumstances as a basis to state their beliefs and ideals so confidently. Yes, you are right, Kaicho. It's all right, Tsubaki. You needn't compare yourself with him. Everyone's circumstances and tragedies they face in life are different. The paces at which we deal with them are also not the same. You don't need to feel defeated by his progress or compare it with your own. Of course. Thank you, Kaicho. You worry too much, Tsubaki. We are friends. Yes, Sona. That aside, what do you think of his aspirations? Well, his ideals are eerily similar to your own. Indeed. In terms of motivations, his align closely with my own. I have no doubt that if it was for the sake of my dream, he'd be a valuable asset to the team. What about you? Do you think he'd make a good fit? For the student council or for the peerage? Era, are you suggesting that I was considering reincarnating him into my servant right off the bat? Were you not suggesting that to be the case? How else would he assist in achieving your dream? How perceptive of you. Very well. In that case, as to whether or not he's a good fit for either option, let's just go ahead and say both. What do you think then? In that case, I would say that he may be a decent fit for both. Fufi. Agreed. On the way home from school, I stopped somewhere in the middle of a bridge and hung my head low over the side. There's no way I got that position. I'm so screwed. I groaned with disappointment and lightly banged my forehead against the railing. God, I'm such a moron. Why couldn't I control my thoughts towards the end there? Why did I leave such an important part of the application blank? And what kind of idiot thinks he's gonna get into the super high standard student council with a completely unremarkable grade point average? Why did I tell Wani-chan that I was trying out for the student council? I should have just kept my big, fat mouth shut until I knew the result. Now imagine how disappointed she'll be when I tell her I didn't get in. Am I the biggest dumbass or what? I reached for my phone in my pocket and looked at the contact screen. Should I tell Aika? If it wasn't for her attending her literature club today, I wouldn't have to wallow in my sorrow alone. Knowing her, she might just make fun of me though. Nah, she'd probably just pat my back and say, There, would you like Wani-sama to buy you some cake to make you feel better? The brat. Where does she even get off acting like that? Her birthday is only a month before mine. I let out a heavy, woeful sigh. Well, I guess I'll just shoot her a message for now. As I was sending said message to my main confidant, something, or rather someone, interrupted me. Oh no. Seemingly out of nowhere, a girl appeared on the bridge not too far from my position. It was someone I didn't recognize, wearing a school uniform I've never seen. She appears to be my age. Oh, hello? Are you Hayudu Issei-kun? What the? She knew my name. This random pretty girl who I've never met before knew my name. Is my popular phase finally beginning? Yeah, that's me, but... hello. And my name is Amano-yama. Nice to meet you. Oh, right, nice to meet you. I'm Hayudu Issei. There, like you said, I guess? How did you know who I was? Oh, that's... I've just been asking around, since I kept seeing you pass by here. Asking around. But who did you ask? People from your school. But I'm not very popular though. You know where I attend. I recognize the uniform. She seems super flustered, her cheeks are bright red. She can't even stand still without fidgeting. It's adorable. Still, I can't shake this quiet sense of suspicion. I don't have a stalker, do I? Oh, I see. So, did you need something from me? Is there something I can help you with in particular? Alright. Yes, actually. I just wanted to ask. Are you seeing anyone right now? Seeing anyone? Why you mean like dating? Why is that? Are you dating anyone? No, I can't say that I am. I'm so glad. She breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Seriously, what's going on right now? Hello? Alright. Sorry. So, since you aren't seeing anyone, I was wondering. Nothing could have prepared me for the question she was about to ask. No. Would you like to go out with me? User 1Hyde04. User to H. Hey, you out of literature club yet? I have something important to talk about. It's urgent. Text me when you're out. Seriously. Are you out yet? Whoa, you were seriously blowing up my phone. www. You're so needy, Dudi-kun. Anyway, how'd it go with the student council biz? Did ya get in? Are you banned for life? Expelled? Oh, awful. Terrible. Couldn't have gone worse. Who gives a shit about that? I have something way more important to talk about than that. Well, you sure got over that quick, pal. And here I thought I was gonna have to treat you to some yakisoba or something. What could be more important than that for our resident Tsukib-sama? A girl just asked me out on a date. I understood it. April Fool's was a few weeks ago, you know? That part's already over. You missed it. I'm serious. It actually happened just earlier. Kiba-kun actually asked me out today too. He's super into my average-sized chest and messy bedhead. Can you believe it? Aika, I'm not kidding. Like seriously. I swear on my entire pornographic treasure collection. Scene 17:23 p.m. Aika? You there? Hey, you listening? Come on, seriously? Since 17:28 p.m. I groaned while lying in bed, feeling frustrated about my friend who just started ignoring my texts a few minutes ago. Jeez. What's up with that man? Something big just happened to me, something that I never thought would happen in a million years, and she just straight up ignores me. What the reliable comrade, Dimon brat. It was around that time when I heard the doorbell sound off. Guess? At this hour? As I was wondering who it could be, Kyoko-nichan, who was cooking downstairs, must have opened the door. I heard some muffled exchange downstairs. Hey, it's you, kid. Coming through, pardon the intrusion. Wait. Take off your shoes, you brat. That voice? Hey, wasn't that? Slam. Just as I thought about it, my door swung open. Naturally, the person who burst through was my female confidant. What the? Aika. The girl hastily threw off her shoes and tossed her bag on my computer chair as if she lived here. Then she hopped onto my bed and sat across from me. Her expression was deadly serious. Who was it? Say what? The girl. The one who asked you out. Who was she? Does she go to our school? Do I know her? Is she an old classmate from middle school? Did you have some secret childhood friend character that I didn't know about? Did you make a deal with the devil? What's going on? Her questioning was a bombardment of confusion for me. It took me a second to catch up. Oh, right, that. Wait, is that what you came here for? Just to ask me about that? Obviously, moron. Why else would I be here? Our private manga reading day isn't for 3 more days. I mean, yeah, but weren't you home already? And you ran all the way here just to hear about it? That's right, so this better not be some sort of prank. And it better be good, 'cause you interrupted my daily Kiba-kun joins the literature club and falls in love with me fantasy. I resisted the urge to rub my temples from the overstimulation. Today was already enough, but I swear, this girl drains my battery faster than a late-night solo session. Where do I start? So, basically, a girl from another academy asked me out. She was really pretty. Aika made a face that looked like she was not only shocked, but somewhat horrified. You're kidding? No, seriously. On top of that, I've never met her before today. When I asked her how she knew me, she just told me that she kept seeing me around on the way home from her school and she thought I was cute. You're joking. I shook my head. Aika looked even more horrified. No way. This can't be. If that's the case, then that would mean that Hayadu would have a girlfriend before I got a boyfriend, and I'd be the only version loser left. I deadpanned. That's what she's worried about. Well, I don't think you'd need to worry about that since she's not really my girlfriend. The hell are you talking about? Obviously if the two of you are dating, that makes her your girlfriend, dumbass. Don't give me that prude, only after 3 dates bullshit. But that's not what I mean. We're not dating at all, so she can't be my girlfriend. That doesn't make sense. You're making it sound like you rejected her or something. Why? For a moment, neither of us said anything and the air got heavy. Pardon? Maybe I should just explain from the beginning. After taking a moment to explain it. You ouch. Aika yelled so loudly that it felt like my eardrums and my bedroom windows rattled. I'm sure anyone outside of my house heard that too. Rapid thumping came up from the stairway. A black-haired vixen with a wolf-cut hairstyle appeared at the doorway. Oh, it's just my sister. What happened, Aika-chan? Did Issei finally go berserk? She came up holding a pan, wearing a pink-colored apron that had the word OPA transcribed on it. Nei-chan, Just because Aika gave it to you as a Christmas gift doesn't mean you have to use it when she's here. Hey, wait a minute. Why'd you assume that I'm the one doing something bad here? Kyoko-nichan thought about it for a moment, then she returned to her naturally lazy expression. Yeah, I guess you're right. Anybody can be the victim between two perverts. Well, just use protection if you're gonna fool around or experiment. Like how we're doing any of that stuff. With that, she walked off. Aika, who appeared completely unaffected, turned to look at me again. Okay, like I was saying, what? You turned her down? Well, pretty much, yeah. Are you insane? Why the hell would you do that? Are you planning to stay a virgin your entire life? Or worse yet, don't tell me. You don't actually think you're gonna try and obtain a harem of your dreams one day, do you? You can't be so far gone that you think that's possible, right? Oh, come on. Shut up and hear me out first, will ya? Go ahead, but I doubt anything you say can convince me you're not crazy. I mean, heaven finally sends you a gorgeous angel who totally sounds like she's your type, and what do? You reject her. Are you into self-sabotage or something? It's not like that, it's just... I groaned tiredly. I don't know. It was so out of nowhere, and I don't even really know her all that well. I mean, the bridge was my first time seeing her. And on top of that, I was already focused on all of these things surrounding the student council and my goals for the future and stuff. So I just I don't know. Maybe I wussed out or something. Aika gained a bit more of a serious expression. DMN. That student council stuff must have really weighed on you after all. Sorry, I joked about it. Oh nah, it's cool. It's not that big of a deal. I just feel bad that this girl had to deal with the consequences. If I was in a better mood, maybe I would have said yes, but I don't know. I just felt off about the idea for some reason. My bad. Well, did you at least let her down easy? Oh well, I think so. I mean, I just told her that I was really happy about it, but since I had a bunch of stuff going on and I didn't really know her, I wasn't really sure I could accept. But I did tell her that we could start out as friends. Ouch. Is that bad? I guess it depends on the girl, but sometimes that can be pretty bad. Ugh geez. Well, she looked okay, all things considered. She didn't seem too bummed out. At the very least, I got her contact info, so we can still talk and stuff. Aika fell back, lying flat on my bed, opposite of me. Dang. Hyokuin really got asked out by a girl, huh? How times change. I followed her action by lying against the headboard of my bed frame. This was our usual position whenever we read manga in my room. Yeah, tell me about it. I never thought the day would come either. Crazy. For a moment, we were quiet. Then Aika asked me something. Hey, how you do? Yeah. If you do end up getting a girlfriend, that doesn't mean we have to stop hanging out, does it? No, why would it? Just asking. Some girls don't like it when their boyfriends have other friends that are chicks. I didn't even consider that. Well, not like it changes anything for me. Well, if that was the case, I obviously couldn't be with that girl. There's no way that would work out. Really? But wouldn't it just be better to do what your girlfriend wants? Not if it means getting rid of you. I definitely won't date a girl like that. It ain't worth it. Again, there was silence. Honestly, I'm tired enough that I could probably fall asleep right now. Before I could do that though, Aika got up from the bed and started grabbing her stuff. You're heading out? Yeah, I should be getting home now. Don't want to get chewed out by Mom. You're not gonna at least stay for dinner? Nah, not tonight. See ya at school. Oh, okay. See ya. Just like that, she was out of my room and heading downstairs. Well, that was weird. She doesn't usually take off that abruptly. I hope she isn't really feeling down about the fact that I got asked out before she did. Maybe I shouldn't have told her about it after all. I'll see you later, Kyoko-san. You're leaving already, Aika-chan? Won't you at least stay for dinner? I appreciate it, but no thanks. My mom would be pretty upset if I came home and didn't eat her dinner again. I'll be back in a couple days anyway. Okay then. Issei. Come down here and walk Aika-chan home. And no, that's okay, Kyo-sen. I'm fine heading home by myself. Are you sure? Your face looks a little red. I don't want you walking home by yourself if you're feeling sick. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just tired is all. But I'll be okay. It's not as late as usual anyway. Alright if you say so. Just be careful. Yeah, of course. Hey, Kyosen. What is it? That guy. He can say some pretty decent stuff sometimes, huh? Who I see? No way, are you kidding? I think he's said about 2 decent things his entire life. Demon, that's harsh, huh? Part 2. The next day at school, I was doing my usual thing of reading secret material somewhere inconspicuous, which was behind the gymnasium. Originally, I wanted to try using the rooftop of the new school building, but it was too cliché. And by that, I mean that everyone else must have had the same idea at some point, since they keep it locked down pretty tight. Of course, unlike when I was younger and more foolish, I don't carry eki manga around with me anymore. Ever since my first encounter with Aika, where she easily caught me up, I've upgraded. Nowadays, I carry all of my to-go materials on my phone storage, under a secret file that I keep hidden, just like my PC at home. This way, I can appreciate the art of the carnal human condition with ease, and without getting exposed so easily. Aika still knows whenever I'm looking at anything eki though. Even though I've molded and honed my poker face over the years specifically to counter her readings, she can still see right through me somehow. Anyway, since I'm at school and not at home, I obviously can't do anything but silently admire these perverted works of masterpiece. Still, it's enough to satiate my desires until I get home. Yes, this will do. This will certainly hold me over until tonight. I should create a roadmap for which materials I'll use this week while I'm here. As I was strategizing, I heard some suspicious sounds not too far off from me. It sounded like giggling. Not just any giggling. I recognize that manner of distinctive chortling anywhere. It's the kind that makes my pervert sensors go off. Murayama's stacked. 84-70-81. Keita's legs are so nicey. 78.5-65-79. What the? When I looked past the tree I was sitting up against, over at the gymnasium wall there was a pair of buttocks sticking out. No, wait, it's 2 dudes. And they're both sticking their rears out while whispering to each other, their faces seemingly planted up against the wall in front of them. What the hell are they doing? I walked closer to catch a better look, but didn't make my presence known. It was only then that I realized what was happening. Oh, Motohama, you've really outdone yourself this time, my friend. This is truly the view of our wildest dreams. Indeed. I couldn't find a better way to describe it if I tried. Matsuda. These 2. They're peeping. There's no doubt in my mind. As a pervert, I could sniff it out from a mile away. I knew my instincts weren't wrong. The question is, who are they peeing on? The swim team? No, wait, if it's after the 3rd PRD right now, that means it's the kendo club. Yes, no doubt about it. They even mentioned those 2 girls from our class, Keita and Murayama. They're definitely spying on the women's changing room, which the kendo club is currently using. These guys are bold. Do they have any idea what those kendo girls would do if they caught them out here? It would probably end up on the news, especially considering all of the incidents they've had with them before. This duo of repeat offenders is more relentless than the beatings they receive. As a fellow pervert, I can't help but respect the commitment. It's almost a testament of love to their carnal desires. And whatever they're seeing must be really nice too. No good, I said. Don't think about it. Don't imagine it. If you visualize it too much, you might fall into temptation as well. Phew. I took a deep breath and controlled my otherworldly desires. You see, as much as I understand the perspective of this duo, I have no intention of stooping to this level, no matter how tempting it might be. It's not because I don't want to, because I definitely do. But rather, it is because of the teachings of my beloved sensei. Here, my boy. Look at this one. W.O. Her pinkies are huge. The correct word is nipples, my boy, but yes. They're quite sizable, aren't they? Women have ones of different sizes and colors, but in the world of eroticism, they are all equal. Well, I wish I had treasures like yours, Ero-sensei. Ha, I'm sure you do. But listen closely, my boy. Let me tell you something important. There will come a time that you will be tempted to follow through on that desire. One day, just like you do now, you will desperately want to possess treasures like mine. And in the future, when you are more capable and developed, you might get the idea to snap photos like these without women's knowledge or permission. However, my boy, you must never do this. Never give in to these temptations, no matter how strong they might be. These treasures that I possess were obtained by women who were willing to show and give their everything to me entirely. These treasures were earned, as all treasures must be gained by heroes after a quest of tremendous effort. I show these to you not to flaunt, but to educate you in the complexities and beauties contained within the human form. Is that why I'm the only kid you show your treasures to? Is that why all of the other boys only get to look at your eki manga? Yes, indeed. You are the exception, Issei. For you are my apprentice, so you must know this. A woman's body is art. A woman's body is poetry. A woman's body is truth. And any art, poetry, or truth is only understood through torturous amounts of effort and time. There are no shortcuts, so don't take the path of recklessness. For the sake of your future and your dignity as a man, do not resort to the path of desperation. Remember this, my boy, even a pervert has class. That is all. You're so cool, Ero-sensei. I want to be just like you one day. I know. But as your sensei, it is my job to make sure you rise to a level even above my own. All of my knowledge, skills, and secrets, I shall pass them on to you, my boy. So that, one day, you may achieve the glorious title, Harem King, that I never could. And so that you, no matter how old you grow, might never know loneliness. Ero-sensei? Ha! Oh, sorry, my boy. I spaced out. Let's move on. Now, as I was saying. Ero-sensei? Why does this woman have a bump in her panties? Give me that. That is a discussion for another time, my boy. As I said, there are women of different shapes and sizes. But we never pass judgment on where such differences might be located. Understood? Okay. My reminiscing came to a close again and I smiled. Ha, I miss you, sensei. No, wait, more importantly, what about these two? Should I just leave them to their perving? Maybe I should report them? Nah, it's best not to get involved at all. Anything more might put my own reputation at risk. After all, it wouldn't look good if I was caught here with them too no matter what I said. Still, I can't help but feel the urge to do something about this. Potentially something mischievous. Just then I was struck with an idea. I knelt down near the shoes of the duo of perverts and tied their laces to one another, essentially roping them to one another. They were entirely too absorbed within their peeping to notice me. After that was done, I snuck away to a nearby tree. With a naughty snicker, I executed my prank. Issei. I took a deep breath, placed my index fingers into the corners of my mouth, and blew. Whistle. The ear-piercing whistle rang out into the air, causing the duo to flinch and freeze. The next moment, movement could be heard from the other side of the peephole they were using. What was that? A whistle? It's not a game whistle, it came from behind the wall. I watched the duo panic as they realized the jig was up. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't stop tripping over themselves. Issei. Matsuda, let go of me. I'm not holding you. Your shoes are stuck to mine. Get 'em off. They struggled to free themselves and I struggled to hold in my laughter. I can't believe they fell victim to such an elementary level trick. If you're going to go secretly peeping on somebody, keep your wits about you, boys. I'm afraid you have too much to learn. Oi! A menacing voice followed by a large group of women armed with shurnai appeared. The entire kendo club came out to greet the duo. We should have known it was you too. You better prepare yourselves, boys. There won't be any mercy. Not this time. True to their word, the duo was beaten mercilessly. Smet, bam, crack, gwa. The two pervs screamed in unison from the terrible pain. Oof, that's rough. Witnessing it now, I couldn't help feeling a certain level of regret for what I did. And maybe I should have just left well enough alone. The funny part of the prank isn't so funny anymore. Especially since, from what I've heard, these guys never learn anyway. TSS. Ooh. Watching the flogging caused me to wince, which I vocalized. Huge mistake. Who's there? I hid behind a tree without making a sound. Did they see me? Hey, someone else is here. Who's there? It's another pervert. Get him. I ran harder for my life than I ever have before. Ha. I think I lost them. After a short chase, I was able to get away from the small splinter group of kendo club members that had gone after me. Tia didn't see me, did they? The entire time they chased me, they kept shouting, "Get back here, pervert!" So that implies they didn't know who I was. Especially since Murayama was with them, she'd recognize me immediately from class as that guy who hangs out with Kiryu. I guess I can only know for certain if they confront me during class, or if my reputation changes dramatically by tomorrow. Give me a break. Suddenly, I was struck with the odd feeling that I was being watched. When I raised my head, I looked up to see someone staring down at me from a windowsill. The old school building? In my desperation, it looks like I ran towards the old abandoned school building, and the person who was looking down at me from the windowsill that's a gorgeous woman with crimson-colored hair and blue eyes. The sight of her was captivating, so much so that I didn't want to look away. Looking at her was like looking at a painting. Her eyes were mesmerizing. It reminded me of what it was like to make eye contact with the student council president. And for some unknown reason, right now, she seems to be staring down at me. I looked around, registering that no one else was around besides me. Awkwardly, I half raised my hand, as if to wave hello. She didn't reciprocate. Instead, the girl turned away into the building, causing her hair to blow gracefully in the wind. Whoa! The girl? She's one of the two queens of Kuo. Rias Grammar-senpai, I think. She's definitely a foreigner. Not from Japan at all. She sticks out like a sore thumb, mind you, in the best possible way. I can see why she's popular. Perfect face, and not to mention, perfect bust. No way I wouldn't notice those glorious mounds. Yeah. Wait, snap out of it, D. Remember what Sensei said. All sizes, shapes, and colors are equal in the world of eroticism. Whether or not they're natural or unnatural, dark or light, big or small, all memories are worthy of affection. Some are melons, some are oranges, and some are mere cherries, but all fruit, so long as they are ripe, are worthy of being picked. All fruits are filled with the juice of love, no matter how little, and they are worthy of being sprayed with love. Man, it's a good thing Sensei taught me to keep these things to myself. My reputation would be in flames if I said any of this out loud. Bucho? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing, Kino. Tell me, do you recognize that boy out there? That boy? I believe his name is Hayata Issei. He's one of the most recent applicants to the student council that Sonakaisha mentioned. Oh, that's the one she was scouting? Do you know if she's decided to induct him or not? As far as I'm aware, she's yet to come to a decision regarding his application. Why do you ask? Send her a message. Let her know that if she hasn't replied to his application by the end of the week, I'll send Yudo to hand him a flyer along with an application to the Occult Research Club as a cover. Era, that's oddly aggressive of you, Bucho. Does that boy interest you that much? I'm unsure of his character. I haven't heard about him until today. But there's certainly something about him that caught my eye. You do tend to have fairly reliable instincts. But are you sure about this? Can you be certain you're not being led astray by your rivalry with Sonakaishu? Please, Kino. I'm not so petty. Call it a hunch, but that one isn't any regular boy. There's something special about him. How much or how little, I don't know, but it's definitely a possibility. Do you mean a sacred gear? Who knows? I suppose we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Part 3. A few days have passed since I applied for a position on the student council. Still no reply either. Who am I kidding? I definitely didn't get it. Why would they ever take a chance on a plebeian like me? I bet every other member is an honor student. The likes of me wouldn't get in. Maybe I should just join the literature club like Ika said. Speaking of which, it was only a matter of time until I ran into my confidante this morning, since her place is on my way to the academy. We don't often walk to school together, but it's time like these that she pesters me to join her morning commute. She claims that it's to keep me from sulking about my loneliness, but she probably just doesn't want to miss out on the opportunity to tease me. Well, I can't complain too much. At the end of the day, having her around does keep me from sulking. Tease or no, she keeps my mind off of stuff, for better or worse. On the way to school, however, something unexpected happened. I ran into someone. I heard a crashing sound followed by a thud. When I turned around to look at the source of the noise, I saw white. Shiro? A pair of white bottoms panties, the color of snow, softly dug into the no doubt supple skin of a young woman. A perfect buttocks. Upon laying eyes on this heavenly sight, I fell to my knees and prayed in thanks to Buddha-sama. Praise be to the flawless, all-pervasive illumination of the great Madra. Yes, praise be. Wait a minute. What are you doing, idiot? Help the girl up. Oh, right. I rushed to assist the girl whose face was lying against the ground, covered by her own dress. Thank you very much. The wind blew the girl's veil off of her head, showing her face to me. Beautiful. She's gorgeous. Blonde hair and green eyes, a soft expression that screamed innocence. She's definitely not from Japan. I've never seen a girl like her before. Although, that part has nothing to do with her being a foreigner. Only after a moment or two did I notice that I was still holding this random girl's hand and staring at her without saying anything. Sorry. My bad. Here, let me help you pick up your stuff. It is all right. Thank you. The girl spoke in broken Japanese and had a clear accent, but I could still understand what she was saying. It seemed like she was just as embarrassed as me, but I still helped her pick up her belongings. So miss, are you traveling? Travel? And no, I am for the church. I was assigned here, but I am lost. I'm sorry, I am not used to the language. That's okay. I get what you're saying. So, you were sent here for a mission or something? As in, you were appointed. I emphasized some words to get the meaning across better, which appeared to do the trick since the girl completely lit up. Yes, appointed. Thank goodness. I was struggling to talk to others, so everyone kept ignoring me. Yeah, that'll happen. We Japanese aren't always the most helpful hosts. And by that, I mean that dealing with foreigners is not our strong suit. Well, if it's a church you're looking for, I can probably point you in the right direction. Really? Yeah, I can take you there now. It's on the way for me anyway. The girl smiled so beautifully that it almost felt blinding. If I didn't know any better, I'd think this girl had a halo around her head. Thank you so much. The Lord truly does show the way. I think that last phrase was some Christian prayer of some sort. Funny, that was the clearest Japanese she spoke the entire time. That must have been something she practiced a lot. Not surprising, considering the nun attire she was wearing. Oh right, I should text Ika. I sent a message to my perverted counterpart indicating that she should go on without me since I'd be making a detour. Best to keep it vague for now, I can explain better later. Wow. Just as I put my phone away, I heard crying. Oh, looks like some kid hurt himself jumping around the playground nearby. Oh no! The girl beside me sped towards the kid without explanation. Whoa! Hey, wait, hold up. Don't run off suddenly. Once I caught up, I watched the girl kneel down in front of the boy and place her hands gently over the scrape on his knee. Now, boys shouldn't cry over this. Again, she said it in perfect Japanese, as if it was something she was used to saying. How odd. But what was even more odd than that was the inexplicable green light that was glowing out of the girl's palms. I blinked confusedly, thinking that I might be seeing things. But after a few blinks, I realized something shocking. The bloody scrape that was previously sitting on the boy's knee was gone? No, that's not possible. The blood was still there. I can't see the scratch anymore. I can't seem to find the source of the wound even though I was just looking at it a few moments ago. It's like it disappeared into thin air. They're all better. After looking at his knee for a second, the kid smiled and hopped back to his feet. Just like that, he was gone with a friendly wave. Thanks, One-E-sen. The girl waved back at him, but I was standing there completely befuddled. Am I seeing things? Maybe I didn't get enough sleep? Sir? The girl was looking up at me worriedly, as if she was expecting me to say something or concerned about my reaction. Still confused, I decided to put it aside for now and focus on the task at hand. Oh, my bad. I'm alright. So, you seem like you're used to talking to kids in Japanese. Yes. You see, I am used to dealing with children. Comforting words and phrases, I used them often in the past for children in pain. She seemed honest but reserved, like she was holding something back. But that's probably not my business to pry into. I just need to show her the way to where she wants to go. I see. Well, shall we get going then? Sorry, I don't think I ever caught your name. Oh, my name is Asia. Asia Argento. Asia-san, huh? Well, my name is Hayuda Issei. But you can just call me Issei. Issei-san. Yeah. Shall we go, Asia-san? Yes. Thank you very much, Issei-san. With that, we made our way to the church. After some time walking and chatting with Asia-san, which proved to be difficult since her Japanese wasn't the best, we eventually made it to the church. Well, here we are. Wow, thank you very much, Issei-san. Yeah, no problem. But, are you sure you were assigned to the church in this town? It couldn't be that you came to the wrong part of Japan, right? I asked worriedly due to the run-down appearance of the building in front of us. As far as I'm aware, this is the only Judeo-Christian church in Kuo and it looks completely abandoned. Is this place even habitable for human beings? Yes, I am sure that this is the one. It looks just like the photos that my benefactors sent over. Thank you so much for your help, Issei. I am not sure what I would have done without you. May the Lord bless you for your kindness. Nah, it's really not that big of a deal. It's just how I was raised. My sister would skin me if she found out I just let a poor, lost girl walk through the town all on her own. She's always the one pestering me to walk Aika home as well. Even though Aika lives like 5 minutes away. Well then, many blessings to your sister as well. Amen. Ah, thanks. Oh, that's right, I have to show my thanks. Would you like to join me for a cup of tea inside? Oh no, I couldn't impose. I was just trying to show you the way. I don't need any thanks for something small like that. No way. You have been so kind and helpful to me. Please, let me show you my gratitude. For a second, my perverted brain started seeing things. Like this innocent little nun lying down on a silk bed, her outfit loosely unwrapping from her body, and her beckoning me with a cute, shy demeanor. Let me show you my thanks, Issei-san. Of course, I made a stupid face and giggled. Gee-hee-w if you insist, hee-hee. Great. Please come in. Somehow, I got suckered into stepping into the church with the cute nun. Dakuin. Hello? Is anyone here? My name is Asia Argento. I have arrived for the mission. Rainer-san. When Asia-san and I entered the church, it was pretty quiet. There was enough light coming in from the windows to see inside, but mostly because half of them were broken. She also entered while speaking a foreign language that I didn't understand. I wonder, is that Italian? She's probably announcing herself. Still, who the hell else would be in a place like this? If I was a more paranoid guy, I'd think this was some kind of human trafficking setup. Alas, I'm a perverted buffoon. Still, I can't see anyone hanging out in a place like T. I said that but stopped in my tracks. Inside, there were a few people. 2 men and 3 women. One man looked like he was wearing some kind of priest getup and he had white-colored hair. He's the kind of guy that gives you a vibe of trouble, even though he's wearing a bored expression. The other man appeared to be older, wearing a long coat and fedora. He was the definition of shady. One of the 3 women appeared younger, with the appearance of a classic Lolita down to the Gothic fashion sense. Another woman appeared older, more mature, with a tall, slender body and stern facial expression. The last woman looked familiar. She had black hair, violet-colored eyes, and was wearing some sort of BDSM outfit. I felt like I recognized her from somewhere. But all of those details fell to the wayside because of the most important, noticeable aspect of almost each person's appearance: wings. Behind 4 of the 5 people residing within the church, there was a pair of dark feathered wings. Am I seeing things again? Is this some sort of cosplay thing? Maybe it's a religious thing? This is a church after all. That's what I wanted to think, but for some reason, there's this unshakable feeling of anxiety welling up within me. Like inner alarm bells sounding off, it's as if something inside of me is screaming at me about some kind of danger I'm in. Who the hell's that brat? The priest-looking fellow asked his companions, to which Asia-san responded. This is Issei-san. He helped me find my way to this church when I was lost. Issei, you said? The mature vixen asked the BDSM lady curiously. Hey, Rainer. Isn't that? That's him all right. The Lolita girl sighed in an annoyed manner while kicking her feet. Yeah, well, there goes that. So much for your plan, Rainer. He found out way too early. The man with the fedora stood up from the rows in front and stepped forward. Too bad. Looks like we'll just have to go with the original plan then. I then watched as he extended his arm, opened his palm, and something took shape in his hand. It was a jagged-looking stick made of light? What? This way was simpler anyway. Just as the hatted man said that, I felt something deep within me stir. Like a voice without any sound, I felt its warning down to the very fiber of my being. Run, boy. Without even thinking, my body moved, and I was running away from the church at a full sprint. Issei-sen. Sheet. Look what you did. Now I have to fix this. Stay here, you idiots. I could hear voices behind me, but I didn't register a word they said. I was running for my life while my mind ran 1,000,000 times faster. What the hell's happening? Was that stuff real? People with wings, spears of light. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare? I don't know what's going on, but I have to run. I can feel it. If I don't run, I'll die for sure. I'll seriously die. My life is in danger. As I was running, a shadow was cast over me and feathers appeared on the ground below. When I looked up, I saw a silhouette that filled me with dread, blacking out the sun. The silhouette of a person with wings. Swoosh. In a mere second, the winged person landed in front of me, halting my escape. I fell back onto the ground and sat there helplessly as the tall, winged being stood above me. Why, Yuma-chan? I knew I recognized her face. Despite her mature appearance, I could tell who she was. It was Amano Yuma, the girl who'd asked me out a couple of days ago. Wow, you recognized me. I must have made an impression after all. I was worried because you didn't accept the confession and haven't contacted me once since then. I guess I shouldn't be surprised though. You are just a kid after all. My confusion and my fear combined to leave me speechless. To know. Whoever this winged person is, she didn't seem affected. Anyway, sorry about that. Here, let me help you up. The woman offered her hand to me, which I couldn't help stare at worriedly. Come on, I don't bite, Dickon. It doesn't matter what I do now. Even if I run, she'll catch me. I can feel that. My instincts aren't lying. I might not understand what's happening, but I know what'll happen if I get on this creature's bad side. It's like being stuck in front of a tiger. I'm at her mercy. So there's no point in retaliating. If I can get out of this by playing nice, that's all that matters. It's my only chance at survival. Cautiously, I took her hand, and she helped me stand up. There, see? Not so scary, am I? Yeah. Thank you. Are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? No, I'm not. Good. Sorry about my friends back there. They can be a little jumpy with strangers. I hope they didn't scare you. No, I'm fine, I think. Ha, liar. Look at you. You nearly said yourself. The woman chided me in a mocking tone before clearing her throat, as if shutting down her true thoughts. Ahem. Sorry. In that case, I suppose I owe you an explanation then, don't I? Naturally, I asked the most obvious question. Who are you? The woman appeared surprised by my inquiry. For a moment, she smirked. Guess you've got a better head on your shoulders than I thought. Well, as you can see, I'm not actually a Mano Yuma. I mean, I am, but that's just a persona I made up. My true name is Rainer, and I am a fallen angel. Rainer? Fallen angel? Persona? Yep. Like I said, a Mano Yuma was my disguise to fit in amongst humans like yourself. See? In a flash, I saw the woman's appearance change before my eyes. Suddenly, she looked just like Yuma-chan. Hello, Issei-kun. I would have greeted the girl, but I was far too disturbed at the moment. It felt like watching someone wear someone else's skin. A moment later, the woman reverted her appearance. You were Yuma-chan? That's right. Or more like Yuma-chan was me. In reality though, she was just an alias I took on so that I could get close to you. This here is my true form. So Yuma-chan, she never existed? Oh, don't feel so down, I'm still right here, just a little different is all. I feel all kinds of uncomfortable, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. I'm stuck here until she lets me go. So, if you're a fallen angel, that means you aren't human, right? That's correct. What a smart boy you are. Indeed, I am not human. Specifically, I am a former angel. In other words, an angel who fell from heaven. An angel? Like the ones from the Christian Bible. Exactly. And just like the Christian Bible mentioned, there are not only angels, but devils and fallen angels like myself as well. All of my friends are the same, except for Asia-chan and Fried-kun, the priest boy you saw earlier. They're fully human. Asia is human? But earlier, I watched her heal a boy's wounds with something inexplicable. It's like his wound disappeared into thin air. The woman Rainer made a displeased expression. Oh, you saw that, huh? He's that girl? What a sheltered idiot. She's way too careless. She must have noticed my caution because she switched back to her carefree attitude. Well, whatever. It happens. What's done is done. What's more important is that you understand what's going on. So, to give an explanation, since time immemorial, angels, fallen angels and devils have been at odds with each other. In the midst of eons of conflict, every side made use of alliances with human beings for their own gain. Of course, humans have no natural abilities, so they're at the mercy of the rest of us. In response to this, God of the Bible decided to give humans a fighting chance to protect themselves. The main way he did this was by bestowing them otherworldly abilities known as sacred gears. What you witnessed earlier was actually Asia-chan's special ability to heal people, the Twilight Healing. It's attached to her spiritual item, her sacred gear. It's that special ability that has brought her here, to us fallen angels. She's come to us so that she can heal many more people using her power. With our assistance, her ability will be able to heal countless amounts of injured innocents. Understand? I was subjected to that entire confusing exposition like it was a matter of fact, but I hardly understood any of it. It was like trying to understand physics for a kid who was terrible at math. Nevertheless, I played along. Hey, are you following along? Yeah, I think so. Good, because this next part is where you come in. And me. That's right. After all, you're probably still wondering why a bombshell fallen angel like me asked a regular human like you out in the first place, aren't you? Why yeah? Well, the answer is simple, Issei-kun. It's because you're special. The truth is, you've got a special power inside you just like Asia does. What she said finally started to knock some sense into me. A special power like Asia's? You mean the sacred gear? Bravo, Issei-kun. You really were listening. Yes, that's right. You, just like Asia-chan, were also born with some kind of special ability. What it is or what it does, I have no idea. But it's definitely inside of you. But how do you know that? That's precisely why I'm out here, Issei-kun. You see, the higher-ups at the organization I work for, Grigori, sent me out here to find out about you. You could call it a surveillance or reconnaissance mission. I'm meant to observe you closely and determine what kind of sacred gear you have. And depending on what type you have, the higher-ups decide what's to be done about it. The way she explained it caused my anxiety to swell. What do you mean by that? Rainer shrugged her shoulders. giving me no indication of what she's thinking. This is a front, isn't it? I can't tell, but my gut keeps feeling off about her. Who knows? I don't get paid enough to know. All I know is that I'm supposed to watch over you and figure out what you are. After that, I make my report and my job is done. That's it really. Is that why you asked me out? So that you could keep an eye on me? Pretty much. But woe is me, you ended up rejecting my offer. I felt a drop of sweat slide down my forehead. What were you planning to do then? Oh, what, are you worried I was gonna kill you? Like I said, that was just a misunderstanding. My friends are much less experienced than me, so they just panicked. But I'm the one in charge here and I never planned to kill you. Panicked? They seemed very ready and unbothered about killing me. You see, Anne, my plan was to recruit you. Recruit me? Yes. By that, I mean that it was my intention to bring you over to our side, with the fallen angels, the same way we did with Asia-chan. I believe that you hold a special power within you, and I believe that you can use that power to do great things and help others. That's why I made it my objective to convince you to join us. Join you? But I don't know about any special powers. As far as I know, I've always been a regular person living a regular life. I can't do anything extraordinary like healing others' wounds. Besides, I just want to live a normal life. Rainier gently placed her hands on my shoulders, causing me to flinch involuntarily. I'm afraid that's no longer an option, Issei-kun. Now that you know about our world, it's only a matter of time until you awaken to your power. And once you do, you'll become a target for everyone. You see, people with sacred gears are like bright red, flashing lights. If somebody like you hasn't made an alliance with any side, then that just makes you a loose end to anyone who doesn't know you. You'll be ostracized and discriminated against everywhere you go, and you'll become a target. Not only you, but your loved ones too. Anyone close to you would be at risk. That's what it means to have a sacred gear. I couldn't imagine anything happening to Kyoko-nichin. After everything I've lost, if something were to happen to her, Why, you're lying. I don't have that kind of power. You do, Issei-kun. If you didn't, I wouldn't be in this town in the first place. This has to be a lie. I know it's hard, but it's the truth. But don't worry. Now that I'm here, no harm will come to you or your family. I'm here to protect you. That's why I came to recruit you. If you join our group at Grigori and become an ally to the fallen angels, you'll be safe for the rest of your life. That includes your family and those closest to you. Otherwise, when you unlock your powers, you'll be all alone, and no one can protect you but yourself. Trust me, that's not what you want. As Rainier was speaking to me, I heard someone call out my name. I could see Asia-san closing from the distance. Only now did I realize that I dang near ran down the entire hill this church was sitting atop of. Issei-san. Rainier tapped my shoulder again with a friendly smile. Look, just think it over, okay? We'll be here for the next 2 weeks, so you have to decide by then. Asia stopped beside us to catch her breath. Issei-san, I am so sorry. You did not have a reaction to my powers at the park earlier, so I thought that you might already know about the existence of the supernatural world. I should have warned you. Please forgive me. Asia bowed her head, causing my courteous reflexes to respond in kind. No, it's okay, Asia-san. It's not your fault. You didn't know. Rainier directed Asia towards the church. All right, you've said you're sorry, Asia. Now go on and head back up to the chapel. We'll be up there to join you shortly. But we're having a very important talk right now, Asia, please. Go on now, we'll catch up. It's fine. Okay. With some hesitance, Asia separated from us and returned to the chapel. Cautiously, I started walking away from the fallen angel so that I could escape the situation. Although I tried to play it naturally, I still flinched when she called out to me again. Oh, and one more thing, Evan. Why, yeah. Like I mentioned before, there's a whole lot more out there in the world than just fallen angels. In fact, you can assume that pretty much every major mythology has a great deal of truth to it. That being said, one of those things that you should definitely be worried about is devils. Devils? Demons from the underworld. There are mortal enemies. While they might take human shape and form, They are anything but. They are greedy, selfish beings who will lie and manipulate anyone to get their own way. Whatever you do, you can't trust a word they say, all right? Especially not the ones who attend your academy. Rainier said something that shocked me. What? The ones who attend my academy? Do you mean there are devils who go to my school? Of course. Why else do you think I didn't approach you directly in your own academy? Her statement sent an overwhelming chill down my spine. I didn't notice it right away, but she smiled before turning around. See ya around, Issei-kun. Right. I started walking away, feeling too many questions on my mind to process at once. One thing did stick out though. Hey, Rainier, is it? What is it? If you don't mind me asking, how exactly were you planning on convincing me to join your side while we were dating anyway? Oh, by seducing you, obviously. Unintentionally, I laughed. Haha. Hey, what's so funny, you demon brat? Oh, nothing, sorry. It's just, well, I was just thinking about how that definitely would have worked on me. Rainier paused before letting out her own chuckle. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I would have saved all the trouble of talking. Although I chuckled, my smile disappeared more and more the further I got from the church. It was all too much to handle. The things I've learned about the world, the truth about myself, sacred gears, the devils in my school. All this time, I've been surrounded by things of a supernatural nature that I had no idea existed. Or was it just until recently that this happened? There's no possible way for me to know. Still, if everything that fallen angel told me was true, then that means, hey, Tichan, Ero-sensei, you're both up there, aren't you? You're out there somewhere, right? Watching over me? Looking after me? I don't know. But if you are, please keep taking care of me. I need you guys now more than ever. Because to tell you the truth, I've never been more scared in my entire life than I am now. The same morning that I had assisted the foreign priestess, Asia Argento, in finding the abandoned church, I went back to school right after. I'd ended up arriving later than expected, but I didn't care. I didn't have the mental capacity to give it any thought. Instead, the only thing in my mind during class was just how much it felt like my world had been suddenly flipped upside down. Like I mentioned before, there's a whole lot more out there in the world than just fallen angels. In fact, you can assume that pretty much every major mythology has a great deal of truth to it. The fallen angel, Rainier, who I once thought to be my potential human stalker, turned out not to be human at all. She revealed herself as something more, leaving me with the information that there was even much more this world had to offer than simple humanity. Everything was real? All the fairy tales and legends from myth? No, well, she didn't specify which were true and which weren't. She never mentioned legends or folklore either. But she still said that most major mythologies had truth to them. Which means, stuff like demons and angels, yokai and Buddha, God and the devil, spirits and ghosts. Most of that stuff is real, huh? I didn't even know what to think of it. I mean, growing up in a traditional Japanese Buddhist upbringing, a part of me was always superstitious. But we live in a secular society. There was always a limit to it. I thought of all that supernatural stuff as heavily ambiguous. There wasn't any proof one way or the other. It was just up to you to believe. But you know what they say, seeing is believing. And right now, I don't have any excuse for not believing in that stuff. Now, I've seen it with my own eyes. Those wings that Rainier had were real. I didn't just hallucinate them. She even used them to fly. Not to mention, that terrible feeling that struck my being. That sudden sense of danger, it wasn't like anything I've ever felt before. It was like something screamed at me from within, warning me. But it was beyond words, and it didn't feel like a physical or a mental manifestation of fear either. It felt entirely spiritual. A feeling that arose from somewhere I can't pinpoint, in a place I didn't know existed. That message I received was sent down to my soul, and the existential fear that came down from it was my soul's response. That only leaves me with one question. Who the hell sent me that warning? Was it from someone up above? Aji-chan? Ero-sensei? My parents? Ancestors? No, it was something else. I don't know why, but I can tell that it came from somewhere else. Somewhere inside of me. So then, was it myself? A different part of my soul? The other side of my consciousness? I don't know. God damn it, I don't fang know. My head is spinning, my heart is still pumping. I can't think straight. My whole world has been turned upside down. I feel like I don't know or understand anything anymore. Like I've been reborn in a new world without any rules or history to guide me. I've got nothing. Nothing but this quiet, whispering voice in my head that sounds like it's a million miles away. What's the answer, Hai? What should I do? What do I think? Hayudu? Are you listening? I don't know. I don't know. I don't fng know. Hayudu? I said I don't know, goddammit. Only a moment after shouting at the top of my lungs, I realized that I was still in the middle of class. And the person I had yelled at was my teacher herself, who looked startled. In a few seconds, my brain reset itself and I could see the confused or surprised gazes of my classmates. That's alright. We don't always know the answer, but it's nothing to be you upset about. We'll figure it out together as a class. My teacher smiled nervously, clearly worried after my sudden outburst. I'm sorry, Kahami-sensei. I think I need to go to the nurse's office. Please excuse me. I abruptly left the classroom after that, no doubt leaving an insane impression on the rest of my classmates. I've spent so long just being a guy in the background, now I'm going to become some sort of psychotic pariah around the academy. Whatever. I can't even find it within myself to care right now. My mental fortitude feels like it's crumbled entirely. The only thing I have bouncing around in my head is what I was told. That being said, one of those things that you should definitely be worried about is devils. Devils? Demons from the underworld. There are mortal enemies. While they might take human shape and form, they are anything but. They are greedy, selfish beings who will lie and manipulate anyone to get their own way. Whatever you do, you can't trust a word they say, alright? Especially not the ones who attend your academy. Do you mean there are devils who go to my school? Of course. Why do you think I didn't approach you directly by attending your academy? Haha. For some reason, I chuckled while on my trek to the nurse's office. If anyone who witnessed my outburst in class didn't think I was crazy at first, they might if they saw me now. I wonder if I could go back to just living normally now? Rainier said that was impossible. She said that I definitely have a special power, like that girl, Asia. If that's the case, then I can't really live normally. And I'll be putting anything I care about at risk? I wonder if any of that is true. To be honest, I don't think it matters. Even if that wasn't true, what kind of human being can just go back to living normally after being told about the myth reflecting reality? Is it really that easy? I wonder. Ding. I looked down at my phone after receiving a notification. Expectedly, the message was from my confidant. Hey, you okay? What happened? Why did you freak out like that? Want me to go to the nurse's office too? I stopped in the hallway before turning into the nurse's office. I was surprised by the messages, to be honest. You know, this girl is actually unexpectedly decent sometimes. After my strange outburst, I ended up going home early. I didn't feel that I was in the correct headspace to attend any of my lectures or classes. My sister seemed confused by my unexpected arrival. Hey, you're home early. Hey, Nichung. What about you? No work today? No. Yeah, there was. But unlike the rookies there, I can finish up in a few hours. I didn't need overtime for this week, so I just decided to come back and prep stuff for dinner before you got back. But you're back way too early. I didn't even buy ingredients yet. Did you even make it to the lunch PRD? In my current mental state, that was too many questions to answer, so I left my bag on the sofa and started making my way up the stairs. Hey, I was talking, you brat. Listen when your older sister is talking to you. Issei. After I made it to my room, I shut the door and fell flat on my face on my bed. Why me? What did I do? Why is it always me? I don't understand. I heard a soft knocking on the door a few seconds later. Issei? Is everything alright? It was Kyoko-nichin. She spoke softly behind the door, in a much more compassionate tone than before. She must have realized something was off about me. Yeah. I'm fine, Nichin. Just tired. Are you sure? You know, you can always talk to your One-chan about anything. Yeah, I know. I'm okay. Thanks, Nichan. Alright. Well, I'll take your word for it. In that case, I'm gonna head to the convenience store and get some ingredients for dinner. Unless, you don't want to be alone. No, I'm fine being alone. Thanks for asking though. Sure. I'll be back, Hyokun. Just take a nap for now. I'll wake you up for lunch. With that, she was off and I was left alone to wallow in my thoughts. At least, that was what happened for a very short amount of time. Eventually, I did exactly what my sister suggested and fell asleep. Somewhere, deep within the depths of my consciousness, something spoke to me. Still, without a proper voice, I couldn't decipher what it was trying to tell me. I felt it calling out to me. Somehow, despite never encountering it, it seemed so familiar. Eventually, though, I was able to make out a single word within the muffled, garbled mess of sound. Like a voice trapped beneath the ocean, it was being silenced. But that single word, somehow, still reached me. And accompanying it was some kind of light. Like a beacon in the darkness, I could finally see something off in the distance, closing in towards me. Dragon. And just like that, I was blinded by that light. You still in there? What the? Just like in the dream world, I was actually being blinded when I woke up. This time, the light came from a smartphone flashlight being shoved in my face. Ow. Turn it off. Get that out of my face. Sorry, just making sure you're still with us. The person who turned off the light was Aika. Of course, I shouldn't be surprised. What the hell does that have to do with shining a light in my eyes? What, you never heard of pupil dilation? Do you even pay attention in science and health lectures? What, you thought I was dead or something? I mean, I couldn't rule anything out after how you looked today. You had the kind of face someone wears when they think their life is at an end. Terminal disease style. Or maybe more like that one movie. What's that crazy movie series from overseas where people die in unrealistic ways? Ending Destination? I sat up on my bed while rubbing my eyes. Aika made herself at home as usual and sat at my desk chair, crossing her legs like she owned the place. Who cares? Although, if anyone thought their life might end soon, it was definitely me today. Oh, that doesn't sound like a joke. Care to elaborate? I'm here if you need someone to talk to, you know. Nah, it's nothing, I'm just. For a moment I sat there and thought about it. What would happen if I did talk about it? Should I even be keeping something like this a secret? Moreover, even if I explain it, it's not like anyone would believe what I'm going through, right? I'm sure I'd just sound like a crazy person, so I might as well keep my mouth shut. Well, that's what I thought, but truth be told, I really want to get all of this off my chest. Otherwise, I get the feeling that it's gonna drive me nuts. Besides, if no one's gonna believe me, then I might as well vent about it. There's no risk in spinning fairy tales, right? If it's just to make me feel better. Alright, I'll tell you. But you can't laugh or make fun of me, yeah? No problem. I'm serious. I'm too. Promise. Surprisingly, I felt like she was telling the truth. Well, in that case, I see no point in holding back. I might as well tell it to her from the beginning. Okay, where do I start? Well, I guess I'll start from this morning. With that, I began to explain everything that happened today, starting with my encounter with the nun, Asia. After I was finished explaining, things were quiet for a minute. Aika sat there in deep contemplation, as I worried that she might immediately consider me a basket case. Eventually, though, she hummed. So let me get this straight. You helped a lost, foreign church girl find the place she was looking for, which instead of being totally abandoned like it should have been, ended up being filled with a group of inhuman creatures with wings known as fallen angels. And one of those fallen angels also happened to be your secret admirer, aka stalker. On top of that, she revealed to you that you have special abilities like the church girl and that there's a whole bunch of mythological fiction that happens to be real? Did I get that all right? Why yeah, basically. Despite how doubtful her tone sounded, her expression was serious. So, do you think I'm insane? Insane? No, why would I think that? Because I just ran my mouth off about a bunch of shit that you probably never thought was real? I guess, but is it really that far-fetched to think that some supernatural stuff might exist? Wait, so you do believe me? Well, I can't exactly say that either. Some of the stuff you said does sound kinda out there. I'm still having some trouble wrapping my head around it. Tell me about it. Still, that doesn't really matter. All that matters is that whatever you're talking about, you definitely believe it. I can tell that this isn't some kind of lie or prank from you. Which means whatever's distressing you is real, even if only to you. So it's a problem. And as your friend in this scenario, my only objective is to help you out however I can. Whether that's lending an ear or looking after you, or something like that. I was taken aback by her response. She must have noticed my surprise in my expression or lack of response. She tilted her head. What's with that look? No, it's nothing, just. You're actually a really good friend. I think for the very first time, I saw Aika's embarrassed expression, since she averted her eyes and rubbed her neck. There was even a hint of rosiness on her cheeks. Geez, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm not just some careless pervert, you know? I have a heart too. I read traditional romance and slice of life every once in a while. That's not really the most solid indication of a conscience. Still, it made me feel better that she was being so considerate. I never expected to see this side of her. It makes me more comfortable calling her my friend. Thanks, Aika. I'm glad I have somebody like you around. Issei, don't get all fuzzy on me. You think this comes for free? You're still gonna owe me one later on for covering your butt at school. Took a lot of interrogation from other classmates to convince them you weren't having some kind of mental breakdown. I mean, hell, you cursed at a teacher. If I had left things the way they were, you might have been put on a list of delinquents, and imagine how badly that'd affect your chances at ever getting a student council position or anything official. You're lucky to have me. Yeah, I guess I am. Thanks. Whatever. I'm going on ahead. You're no fun to talk to when you're serious. Anyway, feel better or something. Just like that, Aika was out of the door, leaving me alone in my room again. Man, what a day. I checked the time on my phone while lying back on my bed. I was only asleep for an hour? That means lunch PRD barely ended just now? Did that girl leave early just to check up on me? Did she even eat? I felt bad at the thought of Aika going through so much trouble just to look after me. I already have my sister worrying about me all of the time. I don't need to be burdening anyone else. She forgot her bag. I noticed Aika's school bag still sitting on my chair and got up to grab it. I should catch up with her before she gets to school without this. I made my way downstairs, only to stop at the kitchen due to a surprise. There you are, Issei. Sit down. Lunch is ready. Kyoko-nichan gestured towards the table, which happened to be seating another person. What? Aika, you're still here? Aika was sitting at the table with an empty plate, presumably ready to be served food. Yeah, no shit. I missed lunch PRD just to walk over here and check on you. I'll be dead if I don't get something to eat. I deadpanned. Internally, though, I did find it somewhat amusing. Of course. Naturally. Part 3. I decided to take the next day off from school so I could clear my head. To no surprise, I could barely think straight about anything. Ultimately, all of those crazy things that happened to me remained at the forefront of my mind. And here I thought that discussing it with Aika would have made me feel better. Well, to be fair, I guess I am a little less afraid than I was. The concern and unease have yet to disappear, but I'm not anywhere near as panicked as I was yesterday before talking to Aika. At least now I feel like I can come to terms with the odd realities of the situation. I mean, is it really that weird if angels and devils and stuff exists? Something was bound to be true out of the hundreds of mythologies and religions that exist out there. The only real problem is how much it involves itself in my life. If it wasn't for the fact that Rainier told me that my peaceful human life was at risk just by supposedly possessing this special power she keeps talking about, I'd be pretty relaxed right now. That being said though, it's not like I have any powers for sure, right? I mean, I've never noticed anything supernatural about me, and I've yet to make people's wounds suddenly disappear. Who knows, maybe that lady is mistaken. That'd be great to hear at this point. As I was about to order some food in the fast food spot I was at, I looked outside of the lobby windows only to notice someone. Is that Asia? Oh. The girl sitting across from me in the same booth looked down at her burger with great fascination. It was like she was staring at an ancient relic or something. Asia? Excuse me, Haim-sama? You have to unwrap it and eat it like this. I instructed Asia on how to partake in the delight of fast food, to which she was astonished by. Oh, so there was even this method of eating. Her Japanese was still rocky, but she seemed to understand what I said. Before she touched her burger though, she brought something out of her bag. But first, I must cleanse my hands. Cleanse? I thought she'd misspoken, but then she brought a glass bottle full of liquid out from her bag. Asia-chan? What is that? It is holy water. My most prized possession. And what are you going to use that for? To clean my hands, of course. This girl, she's really devoted, huh? Are all Christians like this? Maybe it's just the European ones. You don't really need that in a place like this, actually. See, we have these wet wipes that come in a package like this. I showed Asia the cleaning wipes we were provided with our meal, and again she made a face of amazement. Oh, how convenient. Japan has truly excelled in the advancement of human civilization. No, I don't think it's that much to write home about. These are just non-alcoholic wet wipes, you know. I'm pretty sure every country has these around. In that case you may have this, Issei-san. Please, take it as a token of my appreciation. Asia held her bottle of holy water out to me, which I tried to refuse, but, no, well that's... Her face was so bright and enthusiastic that I couldn't say no. Yeah, thanks. Now, let us pray before the meal. Asia bowed her head prayer as I sat there staring at the peculiar item in my hand. I asked after she was done praying. Amen. Hey Asia. This might sound ignorant of me to ask, but what's the difference between holy water and regular water? I mean, what even makes it holy? Oh, well, holy water is simply water that has been blessed by a holy artifact or a priest. It's a liquid that has undergone a spiritual transmutation of sorts. It's used for all sorts of cleansing rituals, baptism, blessings, and other practices. Wow, okay. I was surprised that she could explain even half of that in Japanese. As I thought, her Japanese really sharpens up whenever it involves her faith. I wonder if that's an aspect of her devotion. So, does that mean that you could bless water into holy water? Asia answered bashfully. Yes, but I have only done it a handful of times, so it's a bit embarrassing for me to do it. I'd prefer if a priest did it on my behalf instead. I see. By the way, Issei-san? Yeah. What is that place? Asia pointed outside of the lobby windows towards a place across the street. Oh, that's an arcade. Oh. Asia made an expression of deep fascination. I thought about it for a moment. Well, it's not like I had anything better planned for today, so... Alright, I've decided. Asia. Yes. Let's go there after we're finished eating. Yes. From that point forward, I began to spend most of the day with Asia. First, we visited the arcade as promised. Asia and I had lots of fun playing the various games scattered around the arcade together. Obviously, most of the experience consisted of me teaching her how to play every game she encountered since she had zero familiarity. One of these games happened to be skee-ball, in which Asia managed to miss nearly every single shot she tossed during play. Eventually, though, she did make one dead in the center, which was originally the place I told her was best to aim for. She turned around and faced me with a big, proud smile. I did it. Did you see that, Issei-san? I made it. Asia-san, you're supposed to try and get a high score by making multiple of those shots in a row. Not just one, is what I was supposed to say, but couldn't. She was so cute and happy about her achievement that I couldn't bring myself to say it. Next, we moved on to the crane games. One of them in particular happened to catch Asia's full attention. Issei-san, look. It's Ratchakuin. There are so many of them. She was mesmerized by the sight of the abundant plushies from the Pocket Monster series. Do you want one? Hua. And no. Do you like Ratchakuin, Asia? Yes. But no. There. It looks like Asia was embarrassed about admitting it. Or maybe she's trying to be modest and avoid expressing her desires. Alright. Just leave it to me. I'll score you one of those in no time. And oh, Issei's. That's not necessary. Don't worry. Aika and I used to splurge on stuff like this in middle school. We're practically veterans. And I'm pretty lucky myself, I must say. Well, I said that, but truth being told, Aika was always way better than me at these games. Who knows what kind of special ability those perverted four eyes hold, but she always managed to score stuff that gave me trouble on her first try. There must be something about her spatial awareness that exceeds mine. Or maybe her experience in registering the contours and forms of the male instrument have given her godlike visual capabilities. Yeah, right. As if anyone could become powerful. Thanks to their own lecherous nature. Anyway. It took me a few tries, but I finally managed to score a Ratchakuin for Asia. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Issei, and you did it. Here you go, Asia. I handed the plushie over to Asia, which she gratefully accepted. Thank you very much. I'll treasure it forever. It's no biggie. If it's something you want like this, I can just grab you more of them. There's no need. This Ratchakuin is the best present created due to our encounter today. I want to treasure it and our encounter for the rest of my life. Kyuun. My heart. I felt like it was shot by a cupid. This girl. She's way too adorable. She's too perfect. There's no way this girl is human, right? Are we sure she isn't an angel after all? But unlike those other angels that fell from heaven that she's hanging out with, she's definitely a pure angel straight from the heavenly gates, right? Or maybe she's some kind of love goddess in disguise. Maybe that's why she's got the power to heal people's wounds. To me, it feels like she's even healing my heart. All of my stress and worries have disappeared. More time passed, and eventually sunset came. Asia and I had spent the whole day playing and having fun together. Unfortunately for my wallet, it basically meant that I'd be low on funds for the rest of the month. But hey, at least Asia had fun. We played for too long. It's already sundown. Yeah, I should be getting home soon. My sister will be worried if I'm not back for dinner. What about you, Asia? Don't you need to be getting back to the church too? I asked her that as we walked, but Asia stopped in her tracks. Her expression appeared to be one of worry. Asia, what's wrong? Issei-san. Actually, if it's all right with you, could I? It seemed like she wanted to ask a favor of me, but held herself back with a smile. Still, I felt the anxiety behind that smile. No, it's nothing. Do not worry. I softly placed my hands on Asia's shoulders so as to not frighten or startle her, and told her earnestly, "Hey, if there's something bothering you, you can talk to me about it." No, but it's nothing that Issei-san should be concerning himself with. Don't worry about what should or shouldn't concern me. If my friend is having troubles, then I want to hear them out and help however I can. Asia's eyes perked up at my declaration. A friend? Say, are we really friends? Of course we are. I mean, we spent the whole day together, didn't we? We played, talked, ate, hung out. That's practically everything that friends do together on a regular basis. I enjoyed myself plenty and I like being with you, Asia. If you feel the same, then that makes us friends. Right? The moment I finished saying that, Asia's eyes filled up with tears and she lowered her head to cry. Did I say something wrong? Sorry, you don't have to be my friend if you don't want to. I was just saying. That's not it. I want to be Issei-san's friend. It's just, this is the first time in my life that I've ever made a friend. I'm so happy. Unlike the first time I felt a pang in my heart for this girl, this time, it was one of pain. I'm her very first friend? Even though she's this age. What kind of life did she live before this that she didn't have any friends? So I'm your first friend, huh? I see. It's not really my place to ask how that could be, but if you'd be willing to talk about it with me. I'd like to hear more about you, Asia. Surprisingly, Asia nodded her head. We sat down on a nearby bench, and Asia began to tell me the story of her life. Her time as a saint, her powers and the treatment that came with them, as well as her seclusion from the rest of the world due to her status. All of it sounded so foreign to me, someone who had no religious or supernatural background whatsoever. I didn't understand the fanaticism of it all. She was just a regular girl born with a special power that changed her life. And yet, she was treated like some otherworldly relic of great importance, to the point that she was deprived of any of the experiences of a regular life. Her demeanor while explaining all of this exudes loneliness. I couldn't help feeling heartbroken for her. Eventually, though, she got to the worst part. One day, I encountered a mortally wounded devil who was being hunted by an exorcist. I used my powers to save that devil. And that devil that I had saved killed the exorcist who was hunting after him and fled. Her words shocked me. The words that Rainier left me with played back in my head. While they might take human shape and form, they are anything but. They are greedy, selfish beings who will lie and manipulate anyone to get their own way. Whatever you do, you can't trust a word they say, all right? Does that mean that what she said about devils was true? Asia continued. I committed a grave sin. The people who had called me a saint and worshipped me, now in turn called me a demonic witch. Then I was expelled from the church. From there, a fallen angel found me and took me in. Then Asia began to cry. All this, see, I always had a dream. To be able to go out together with people I called friends, shopping, chatting, playing, living that kind of happy life. To be with friends. To be able to... As Asia broke down and cried, I found within myself a new determination. I'm your friend, Asia. I declared it proudly and with all of my heart. You and I. We're already friends. It's just like I said, isn't it? We've done everything that friends do. That makes us friends. If you want to go shopping, eating, playing, or chatting, I'll do it with you. Whatever it is you want to do, wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. We'll do all of it together. And we'll make you even more friends along the way. Under my care, I'll make sure that you find 100 friends. No, 1,000. I'll help you befriend every person living in this town if I have to. Whatever it takes for you to feel satisfied. Understand? Asia appeared taken aback by my outburst, but after some time, she began to cry tears of happiness again. Oh, However, a new voice interjected, interrupting the moment between the two of us. I'm afraid that's not possible. I felt a familiar chill run up my spine. I whipped my body around to recognize the familiar face attached to the mature voice. Sir? Ariner-sama. The fallen angel landed in front of us with a displeased expression. So this is where you were? This whole time I was worried sick, and it turns out you were with Issei-kun. What's up? Were you two having a date? Neither of us answered her, but Asia did step behind me a bit, as if to hide herself away. Did something happen between these two? Oh, come on, Asia. What are you doing? Running away from home? Hiding? What's the point in that? You know we just find you. Plus, it scares us. I mean, with a power like yours, do you have any idea what could happen to you? What do you think would have happened if you ran into devils? Come along now. Let's return to base. Rainier beckoned Asia over, but she retreated further behind me. No, I don't want to. After what happened with Fried-san, I can't. I can't help with those things. Asia sounded terrified. What the hell happened? This is making my anxiety shoot through the roof. Are you talking about that little incident with the devil worshipper? Oh, come on, Asia. You know the drill. Devils are evil creatures, and Fried is an exorcist. It's his job to exterminate evil creatures. Sometimes, that can extend to those lost souls who've sworn their loyalty or contracted with a devil as well. I mean, they're hardly even human anymore. With how much damage they've done, it was only natural that Fried would think it's better to get rid of them for the sake of everyone else's safety. Sure, he might have gone a little far with his display, but you know how Fried is. At the very least, he limits that sort of thing to only evil people and devils. That was the vague explanation that Rainier gave Asia regarding an incident that I had no context to. Still, Asia refused. No, I can't go back. Asia, to us, your existence is a must. You do understand, right? In our care, your power will do more good than you could ever imagine. We'll practically save the world. I didn't know what to make of any of it. I didn't understand any of it. There is one thing I understand though. Asia is afraid, and she doesn't want to go back. No matter what reason that's for, valid or not, I'm not letting her be taken anywhere she doesn't want to go. Rainier? I'm sorry, but Asia doesn't want to go with you. You should head back on your own for now. That's the best response I could muster. Despite how much I wanted to assert myself, there was still some part of myself that kept telling me not to get on this person's bad side. Was it my instincts? I don't know, but it was telling me that if I didn't tread carefully, things could be bad for me. Rainier appeared surprised by my declaration. Oh, is that right? And tell me, where will she go? Last time I checked, she can't exactly go back to her country on her own. We were the ones who brought her here. And even if she could return, it's not like there would be a place for her. She can't return to the church. They've banished her. So where will she go? What will she do, all on her own? Tossing aside my cowardice for once, I declared it bravely. She can come with me. I'll take her in. If she has nowhere to go, then as her friend, it's obvious that I'll help her find a place to stay. There was a pause. Then the fallen angel, Rainier. Seriously? That's your grand idea? Wow, how impressive. I'm sure a high schooler like you could support another person that easily, let alone convincing the rest of your family too. Not to mention the fact that the both of you possess sacred gears, making you not one, but two flashing targets to everything around you. Great plan. Her dismissive attitude frustrated me to no end. In my life, there's nothing I hate more than people who look down on others. Those who belittle or demean others despite their best, most earnest efforts. I despise it. I loathe it. I hate it more than anything in the world. And what I hate second most is those who abuse their status and authority to force others into doing their bidding. So what? I grinded my teeth and felt my fists clench. So what if it's a stupid plan? So what if I didn't think it through? I'm best under pressure anyway, so it's better if I just think of a plan on the fly and work around it using what little brain power I have. I don't care if it seems stupid or reckless. If I fail anyway, at least I tried. I'd rather fail at trying to do something good for someone than succeed at doing something terrible or cowardly. That's just who I am. Rainier went quiet after I said that. Subtly, her expression changed, causing my hairs to stand on end. The difference was, it was in her eyes. Oh, that's so? Well, ain't that something? As the fear began to rise within me, I felt Asia brush past me. I understand, Rainier-sama. For some reason, Asia was walking away from me. I caught her by the wrist. Asia? What are you doing? Where are you? Issei-san. Please let me go. Asia asked that of me without even turning around to face me. Hesitantly, I complied. Thank you. Truly had fun today. To someone like me, you were willing to be my friend. Thank you very much. She said that with a smile and walked away from me. Her words stung a piece of my heart that I felt was buried for a long time. Good girl, Asia. Don't worry. After tomorrow's ceremony, when this is all over, you'll thank me, Issei-kun. After you've unlocked your power, you'll want nothing more than to repay me and be by my side. This is what we all want. Isn't that right, Asia? I didn't understand what Rainier was talking about. But I couldn't ignore the ominous pit forming in my stomach. This is goodbye. Thank you, for everything. Asia. That was the last thing Asia said to me. I watched as my own hand reached out for her helplessly, only for the two to gradually disappear into the dimly light sky. Asia. Part 4. The next day, I was at school again. I kept my head down the entire day. Rumors must have spread around about my outburst, since none of my teachers bothered me the whole day. As the day quietly passed me by, there was nothing I could do but think. Stuck in my own head, feeling a newfound sense of uselessness. See, thank you. Truly had fun today. To someone like me, you were willing to be my friend. Thank you very much. I kept hearing Asia's words play back in my head, and her smile filled with sorrow popped into my view each time. What she said at that time, those words, that demon phrase, it was like a dam broke, and the flow of memories rushed back into my head. The times when I went to visit Aji-chan on my own, without my own parents to accompany. I see, my boy. You're here to visit me again? You really are such a kind boy. For a young boy such as yourself to visit someone like me, this forgotten old man. Come on, my boy. Let's play a game. Whenever I spent time with Ero-sensei in the park, the people around would try to lure me away from him. Hey, boy, come here. Stay away from that man. He's not safe. You mustn't get near someone like him. Can't you see he lives out on the streets for a reason? He's sick. Hurry, come over here and wash your hands. When I met my childhood friend, Rin, who was playing alone on the playground. Hey, how come you're alone? And me? None of the other kids want to play with me because I look like a foreigner. I told them my father was Japanese, but they wouldn't listen. They said their parents told them not to play with someone like me. And finally, when my mother shouted at Kyoko-nichan during her teenage years, due to her delinquency. Ugh, look at you. I can't believe you're dressed like that. Not to mention your behavior. Do you have any idea how many complaints I've received about you from school? Plus, you're always ditching. Honestly, to think that you would turn out like this? I should have never adopted someone like you. All those buried memories, rising to the surface again. Rekindled anger, frustration, and sorrow. I hate that phrase. Someone like you, someone like me, someone like them. That phrase is an indicator. It displays just how much worth someone has in one's eyes. For Asia to say that, it shows just how little she thinks of herself. She thinks she's undeserving of friends, undeserving of a happy life. She's convinced that she doesn't have worth. I'm so angry, so frustrated. It almost makes me want to cry. This feeling, this DMN feeling of helplessness. Ever since I was a kid, I couldn't escape it. The feeling that I can't change anything around me. The feeling that I have no power to do anything in my own situation. The feeling that life just goes one way and there's nothing I can do about it. As if it's all pre-written for me in a certain direction. I hate it so much. I hate every bit of it. But what does it matter? What can I even do? What can I change? The answer has stayed the same. It hasn't changed, not once in my life. Now I'm just stuck here, replaying memories and sulking, just like always. I believe that you hold a special power within you, and I believe that you can use that power to do great things and help others. That's why I made it my objective to convince you to join us. What that fallen angel said played back in my head again. Although I kept my head down on my desk, I clenched my fists. Hey God? You're out there, right? I've never been much of a religious guy, let alone a Christian. But now that I know that you're real, and that you might have bestowed me with a special power, how's about giving me a hand? If I really do have some special power, then show it to me. If it's something that can help me protect Asia, why don't you do something about it? I mean, she's your devoted follower, right? Wouldn't you want me to help her? Or are you really that petty? Just because she was excommunicated, you'd rather not deal with it? If that's the case, whatever. But you'll still help me, won't you? I don't need much. I don't need your power or a miracle. I just need you to show me. Show me this stupid power that I keep hearing about. If it can help Asia, then that's all that matters. I'll even become a DMN Christian if I have to. So come on. Do something. Show me. Show me my sacred gear. Somewhere, in the darkness of my own vision, I saw a light flickering in the distance. Then, finally, a voice that I've never heard before bellowed out to me. And yet, I felt as if I'd recognized it my whole life, somehow. My head shot up from my desk. Standing in front of me was my one and only confidant, who was looking at me with a concerned expression. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. After registering where I was, the panic faded and my melancholy resettled itself. Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe you should go home early. Nah, I'm fine. I laid my head back down and went on with the day, despite my condition. Whether I went home or not, it didn't make a difference. Either way, I was stuck in my own head all day. Eventually, the time for classes came to an end. I left the classroom immediately and without looking back. Around the point that I made it near the exit to the new school building, I stopped. For some reason, I felt the urge to ask myself, that am I completely surrounded by these supernatural freaks? Just then, I felt something on the back of my neck. I felt like I was being watched. When I looked around, every student seemed to pass me without paying me any mind. Everything looked normal. That is, until I looked up. On the balcony of the third floor, where the third-year students attended classes, there was a pair of women standing there. And both of them were staring down at me. I recognized them. They're two of the most popular girls in school. Rias Gremri-senpai, and the student council president, Sona Shitori-senpai. Are they looking down at me? But why would they? Once again, my paranoid mind played a foul trick on me. It resurfaced the memory of Rainer's warning to me. Do you mean there are devils who go to my school? Of course. Why do you think I didn't approach you directly by attending your academy? Hey! Ha! I jumped and gasped for air when I felt something push my shoulder. When I turned around, I saw Aika standing there with her hands up. What's wrong with you? Don't you hear me calling you? I skipped literature club today and this is what I get? The silent treatment. I didn't even answer her question. I looked up at the balcony again, only to realize in horror that the two girls disappeared. Hey, are you okay? You're looking pretty bad again. We should get you home. Before Aika could even finish her sentence, I grabbed her by the hand and led her out of the new school building. Under normal circumstances, I'd never do this, since it's bound to give other students around us the wrong idea. But right now, I couldn't care less. As long as I quickly took us out of sight, it was worth it. Hey, what are you doing? Where are we going right now? I'll have you know, I don't like pushy guys unless they're super hot. You need to step it down from brave to bold, Dudai-kun. I dragged Aika to another side of the new school building where there was shade, somewhere we could go without being seen. After looking around and making sure that the coast was clear, I sighed in relief. Ahem. Do you mind letting go of my hand? Oh, sorry. She rubbed her hand while looking away from me. Geez. The first time I hold hands with a guy that isn't my dad and it ends up being you. Plus, it hurt like hell. Didn't your sister ever teach you to be gentle when you hold a girl's hand? It feels like I've got to tell you everything, Durian. My bad. I didn't mean to hurt you. You meant to freak me out though, right? Geez. Let's just agree that this time doesn't count, yeah? For both our sakes. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure you'd rather not hold hands with somebody like me anyway. Flick. Suddenly, I felt a brief, stinging pain in my right cheek, as if I'd been flicked. Actually, seeing Aika's hand there, that's exactly what happened. Oh. What the? That's not what I said, moron. Huh. I was confused, but Aika just sighed and shook her head. Whatever. Never mind that. Is there something you wanted to talk about? There's a reason you brought us to the empty side of the building, right? I hope you don't actually plan on pushing me down over here. Like I said before, that kind of play is only CC when it's a mega hot dude. With some hesitance, I answered her question. Aika, do you remember what I talked to you about the other day? You mean about your freaky supernatural encounter of the third kind? Yeah, I remember. Why? The truth is, I didn't tell you everything about what I learned that day. What do you mean? Well, remember how I said that most of the things from the Christian Bible are true, according to what Rainer told me? That includes angels and devils. Yeah, so what? The truth is, Rainer also told me something else. According to her, right here in our academy, there are devils who lurk among us. Aika made an expression of disbelief. Devils in our school? What? You mean like attending the academy? Do devils even go to school? I have no idea, but I get this feeling that she's right. And the worst part is, I'm pretty sure they're watching me. What makes you say that? Well, just earlier, right before I was dragging you out here, I felt like somebody was watching me. And lo and behold, when I looked at the place I felt I was being watched from, I saw two people staring at me. Seriously? Who was it? You might not believe me, but it was Gremory-senpai and Shitori-senpai from the third-year class. The Queen of Kuo and the Student Council beauty? You're right, I don't believe you. Why would a devil choose to stick out that much? But just think about it. If you were a selfish, greedy demonic being who was known for stealing the souls of humans, wouldn't you want to be the super pretty and popular kid in school? Aika rubbed her chin. Actually you do have a point there. And the fan clubs of those popular girls can be quite fanatical. Still, that doesn't prove anything. Also, why would they be watching you? Because I might have a special power, remember? Like the one that Asia has. You talking about that church girl you met? How do you even know she had a special power? I mean, you said it yourself, you felt like you were seeing things. I wasn't. I know what I saw now. What I saw was definitely real. She has a special power called a sacred gear, and it's real. Fallen angels are real, and devils are real too. There's no doubt in my mind anymore. Wow, you seem pretty sure of yourself now. Quite the difference from the other day. Yeah. I no longer have a reason to deny it. It's true, everything Rainier told me. There's gods, angels, and fallen angels out there. And there's devils in our school too. Those devils are probably Gremory-senpai and Shitori-senpai. Aika stood there and thought for a moment. You're really serious about this, huh? Yes. After a few seconds, she sighed. Okay, well, if that's true, what do we do about it? I don't know. Aika shook her head. See? What good does it do you to worry about stuff you can't change or control? Even if it's true, if there's nothing you can do about it, why worry about it? I don't know. But if something bad were to happen as a result, what would it matter to you if it did? Because if I really do have a special power, and I failed to do anything to prevent it. Oh, come on. You're not some Sentai superhero. You're just a regular person. That doesn't involve you. What if something happened to you? Aika folded her arms. Well, it's not like I'd blame you for that. But I would. If something bad happened to you and I did nothing to stop it, I'd blame myself for the rest of my life. She averted her gaze from mine. Well, yeah, same for me, probably. We stood there silently for a while. Eventually, Aika tapped my shoulder. Come on. We should head home. There's nothing we can do about any of that now, right? So let's just not worry about it for today. We can discuss it more later if more stuff comes up. I think you should just take it easy for now. Again, my sense of helplessness overpowered me, returning me to a more melancholic state than paranoid one again. Yeah, I guess you're right. Alright, come on then. I'm sure by now Kyo-san is about to finish making dinner. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Sure, don't worry about it. Wani-san here will protect you on the way home. With that, we departed from the academy and went to my house. Fallen. Rainier? Do you have a moment? What is it, Danashik? I'm preparing the altar for the ceremony. I wanted to ask about that brat from before. Do you really think he has a sacred gear? I'm sure of it. Every time I show up in front of him in my true form, there's some kind of spike in his spiritual presence. As if he just suddenly becomes more noticeable. I can feel it. He's definitely got a sacred gear of some kind. I just don't know if it's good or not. Is it worth taking this much risk for a boy who might not even have a sacred gear worth looking at? The higher-ups sent us out here for a reason, Danashik. With how many humans there are out there, they wouldn't have given me a reconnaissance mission for something insignificant. What if they made a miscalculation? Well, then we'll just kill him, I guess. In that case, why not get it over with sooner than later? What exactly are you suggesting? I suggest that we draw out that boy's power. It is said that a human often unlocks their sacred gear in a moment of dire circumstance, correct? If that's the case, all he requires is a little push. Oh, did you have an idea in mind? Yes. I have a plan. All I need is the assistance of the human girl who always accompanies him. After school, I returned home while being escorted by my confidant, Aika Kiryu. Usually, she would be teasing me about something like this, but it seems like she refrained. Maybe she was being considerate since she knows I'm being serious about all of this supernatural stuff. That's nice of her. At some point, we made it to my house. Everything went like normal for us that evening. The three of us ate dinner together. Aika and I played some games, watched anime, etc. Eventually, it came time for Aika to head home. We stood near the gate entrance of my house. It was dark outside, but the street lamps still gave plenty of light. Are you sure you don't want me to walk you home? It's pretty late. Oh, come on, it's hardly 8 p.m. Plus, I live close by anyway. I'll be fine. Nothing happens in this town. I dunno. Lately, it seems like too much is happening. Didn't I tell you not to worry about that? Take a chill pill, man. Relax a little. It's the weekend starting tomorrow, so I don't want to hear any more of that paranoid talk, alright? We're just gonna lay back, catch some Z's, binge some manga, and hell, maybe you rub one or two out. I mean, when was the last time you even did that, huh? With how much you're freaking out these days, you're probably going through withdrawals. If you need some help, I don't mind sending you an armpit photo or two. For a price, that is, Nishishi. Aika giggled mischievously. Out of nowhere, she reached into her bag to retrieve something. It looked like a piece of paper. She handed it to me. Oh, by the way, here. Have this. What the hell is this? It was a piece of paper with a bunch of weird inscriptions on it, including a large blue circle in the middle. Looks like some witchcraft stuff or something. Dunno. Some fortune teller gave it to me at the train station the other day. It says, "Turn your greatest desires into a reality." I thought it'd be more fitting for you to have, since you're more perverted than I am. By what metric? Anyway, who knows? If all this mythological stuff is real, then maybe this thing actually works? Maybe you can summon a bunch of hot succubus babies to fulfill your every desire, but you gotta promise me that if any Shotokuin or Bishounen incubus show up, you'll call me. A girl needs her fix too. But I won't judge if you want to keep one for yourself, Fufu. She's back to her regular teasing ways. Well, seeing her act like this does provide me with a sense of normalcy after everything. Plus, the evening we spent together was just like old times. It really did help calm my nerves. As I thought, I'm grateful to have a friend like her around. Hey Aika, thanks for today. You've really helped me out these past few days. I feel like I might have gone crazy without you. She took my praise with a smug grin. I know, I'm the glue that holds your world together after all. I can't imagine how lost you'd be without me. Lucky for you, I decided to stick around, huh? Yeah. I'm really glad you approached me that day, all those years ago. You've helped me get through a lot in my life. I'm glad I met you. And thanks for sticking around. You're the best. I said it earnestly with all of my heart. That appeared to break through Aika's smug demeanor and left her crossing her arms bashfully. She also made sure not to look me in the eye or raise her voice. Hey, that's not the kind of thing you say to a girl underneath the moonlit sky. You're 10 years too early for that, Duriai-kun, and you don't have enough Bishounen points either. Plus, you could give someone the wrong idea. I can barely hear what you're saying. Suddenly, she pointed a finger at my nose and shouted. I said, negative points, Duriai-kun. You're on the fast track to becoming a registered SEC offender. Weirdo pervert. Who the hell did I even do? Whatever. I'm going home. Aika started walking away, leaving me in a puzzled daze. Still, I had enough presence of mind to shout one last suggestion at her. What? Let me know when you get home safe. Yeah, I'll shoot you a text. With a tired sigh, I returned to my room. As soon as I entered, I walked straight towards my bed and laid flat on my face again. I sighed, but when I breathed in, I caught the scent of Aika lingering on my bed sheets. Same shampoo since middle school. In the silence of my room, I felt a sweat bead form over my forehead. It's not creepy to remember that, right? On my way home from Hyokurin's house, I started typing a long message filled with a bunch of sappy, appreciative compliments to the idiot. But, nope. I ended up deleting all of it. Just not that type of girl. Maybe that's cowardly of me? Who knows? But I can't say that I'm proud of it. I mean, that guy. He's a good guy. He practically wears his heart on his sleeve and always means what he says. Just like before, if he wants to say something nice about you, he'll tell you straight to your face. Same with if he wants to talk smack. I kinda envy that about him. Sometimes, I do wish I could be more straightforward. But it's tough for people to take a girl like me seriously. I don't exactly fit the stereotype of a serious person. I'm always teasing people and getting on their nerves. Plus, I hardly even bother to do my hair or do makeup. I'm plain in a lot of ways. If it wasn't for my reputation as a pervert, I'd probably be a background character too, just like Issei. He seems to prefer that though. Guess he likes his privacy. Still, there's more special about him than me. He's decent, considerate, smarter than he looks, and he ain't half bad in the face either. His smile is nice. I doubt any girl has told him that though. Maybe I should be the first. Nah, that would be weird. We're just friends. Friends complement each other, right? If they're good friends, that is. They also express their appreciation and affection to each other. Which is what he did earlier, and what I stopped myself from doing just now. Now, I'm back at square one, thinking of a message to send him that could sound appreciative enough to match his energy, but not too mushy. Issei at this? Good friend, my but. Duty-kun is giving me too much credit. Duty-kun? I'm assuming that you're referring to the boy you were accompanied by. I stopped in my tracks. There was the gruff voice of an older man behind me, causing my panic to rise. Whose? When I turned around, I saw that the trench-coated man behind me that was floating off the ground by several meters. But he wasn't just hovering. Behind him, there was a pair of wings. Issei was right. They're real. A fallen angel? I uttered out the name, which made the man lift an eyebrow in intrigue. Oh, so you know of our existence? Your friend must have told you all about us then? I'm scared. I'm more afraid than I've ever been in my life. It's like a feeling of mortal danger. It's just like Issei described it. Like a helpless prey standing in front of its natural predator. And yet, somehow, to even my own surprise, I was able to put on a front. My friend? Sorry, I don't know who you're talking about. I've just always been a superstitious girl, you see. I've always thought, hey, if one thing exists, why not another? So naturally, that led me to the conclusion that you guys were the real deal too, you know? For a mere human girl, you put on a good act, I must admit. He saw right through me. I felt my sense of danger growing. Out of desperation, I secretly kept my phone behind my back, with my thumb over the send message button. When holding the button down, it converts the message into a voice memo. I don't know why this was my first instinct, but right now, whatever is being said is being recorded and sent to. Sorry, Asen, but I didn't quite catch your name. Who are you exactly, if you don't mind me asking? My name is Danashik, and I am a fallen angel of Grigori. I see. Well, is there some sort of business you have with me, sir? It's pretty unusual to see someone out here at this time of night. If you're planning on asking me out, you should probably refrain. I'm not into older guys. Plus, I'm still only a second year in high school. You might be handsome, but I'd rather not cause any trouble, you know? My sense of humor was lost on the fallen angel. Although, to be fair, the attempts at humor were far more likely for my own sake than his. I'm not here for you so much as I am for your friend. Duty-kun, you called him? If I recall, his name sounded much different. A nickname, perhaps? You must really be close then. Issei was right. They were all watching him this whole time. He wasn't just being paranoid. Like I said, Asen, I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not a very popular girl, you see. I don't have any friends. How modest. No, maybe you're trying to protect him? In that case, you have my respect. It's brave for a human like you to try and fool a fallen angel like me. But there's no point playing games. We already know about the relationship between you two. And knowing that information has made you valuable to our goals as well. Slowly but surely, my composure began to crack. Why your goals, huh? And what might those be? To my horror, the man in the trench coat finally showed some emotion. He smirked, in what appeared to be anticipation. You're going to help your friend discover his hidden potential. While I was lying in my bed, I stared up at the paper that Ika had given me. Now that I look at it closely, it's a lot like an advertisement flyer. I wonder if I could summon a succubus with this. Then I heard my phone ping. I received a message. HM? It's from Ika. That's weird. She's home already? That was pretty quick. It usually takes her a few more minutes than that. When I opened my phone to check, I was curious about what I noticed. A voice message? That girl never sends me voice messages. She prefers emoticons. I played the message close to my ear, as if to receive a call. But what I heard wasn't just the voice of my friend. I heard another voice too. A voice that I had only heard once before in my life. Sorry, Asen, but I didn't quite catch your name. Who are you exactly, if you don't mind me asking? My name is Danashik, and I am a fallen angel of Grigorida. Before I knew it, my legs had already moved, and I was running out of my own house at full speed without even realizing it. No. As I sprinted through the dimly lit streets, I cursed myself. How could I be such an idiot? Why did I let her walk home alone? Am I really such a stupid coward? This whole time, I've done nothing but dread and fear what could happen to me when the people I care about could be at risk too. What was I thinking? What have I done? What's wrong with me? Ika! Ika! I yelled out her name, hoping that she would hear me and appear somewhere. My foolish sense of denial and optimism trying to convince me that maybe she ran and hid. Maybe she got away. I'm such an idiot. This is... Eventually, I stumbled upon something lying on the street floor. It's Ika's school bag. And right here next to it, a pair of glasses and her smartphone. I cursed at the ominous sight. I was filled to the brim with so many negative emotions. Fear, frustration, dread, despair. It was too much for me to take. I wanted to just close my eyes and open them again, hoping it was a dream. But I knew better. Just like I could tell that the fallen angels themselves were a part of reality, I could distinguish this current moment from my dreams. This is a nightmare, but it's taking place in real life. What should I do? What the F should I do? I was stuck. Afraid, alone, without guidance or any idea on what to do. Helpless. Like I've always been. Then, my very own words from the previous day replayed in my head. I don't care if it seems stupid or reckless. If I fail anyway, at least I tried. I'd rather fail at trying to do something good for someone than succeed at doing something terrible or cowardly. That's just who I am. That's right. I picked up Ika's belongings and placed them into her bag. After that, I hung her bag on top of a nearby house gate. I have to go help her. This is all my fault. Even if I fail, even if I get killed, I have to do something. I refuse to just sit idly by and do nothing just because I'm afraid. I'd rather die like an idiot than live like a coward. If it's for my friend, then I have to. Hold on, Ika. I'm coming. I have to save her, no matter what it takes. And so, without hesitation, I ran full speed back to my house, retrieved my bicycle, and sped towards the church in the middle of town with all of my might. Come on. Issei. Almost there. I heaved what little breath I could take in as I scaled the short hilltop that the church rested on. Made it. I tossed my bike aside without care and ran to the church. I tried opening the doors, but they wouldn't budge. Damn it. Come on. Ika. Hold on, I'm here. I shouted from beyond the door as I continued tugging at the levers, hoping it would just break off. Then, out of nowhere, holes appeared in the doors, and the loud sound of gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. I fell back, luckily avoiding any grazes from the gunshots. After a moment, the doors were kicked open and a silver-haired man appeared in the doorway. Naya. Welcome, shitty devils. We knew that you'd discover our secret base eventually. Time to... He stopped when he realized that it was just me on the floor. Who the hell are you? Why, you're that guy from the other day. Hiya? Oh wait, I know you. You're Rainier's new little boy toy, aren't ya? Naya, my bad. I thought you were a bunch of shitty devils. Looks like I blew my load way too early. Anyway, what are you doing here? Aika. Where is she? Aika. Oich, you must mean that broad that Donishit brought in here a few minutes ago. That's right. I forget, but aren't you supposed to be here? I think Donishik said to let you through, after the devils attacked? Or wasn't it before? Meh, who cares? Not my FNG problem. I'm not interested in you anyways. As long as I kill some shitty devils, I'm happy. Go ahead. Go enjoy your cuck show, you little sheet. It's right there through that staircase. The crazed man directed me forward, at a staircase that resided beneath an altar base. As I passed by him, he snickered demonically. Let's hope you and your girl can put on a good show. Nyaha. I ignored the man's insane laughter, but the echoes followed me beneath the staircase. Still, I pressed forward. Soon, I made it to the open entrance to a large room. Sneaking a peek inside from the corner of the entryway, I saw what looked like the preparations for a ritual taking place. A 20-step staircase leading up to an altar, men in robes and religious garb surrounding the base of the staircase, praying and humming. Up at the altar, I saw multiple people. 2 of them were fallen angels, one of which being Rainier, and the other being that DMN trench coat Biesert. He must be Donishik. It was him. I know it. No other fallen angel here was a male besides him. Then, beside Rainier, there was a big mechanical-looking device with odd symbols on it, and it was shaped like a huge cross. Attached to it was a person. That's Asia? But where's? Ha! And lying on the floor beside the fallen angel Donishik's feet, there was the unconscious body of Aika Kiryu, my confidant. Aika. I shouted it at the top of my lungs, revealing my location. Everyone in the sanctuary turned their heads and noticed me. Despite that, I still ran forward. Aika, I'm here. I was halted in my tracks by multiple robed men with various unrecognizable weapons that were somehow pulsing with light. The 2 fallen angels appeared to notice me as well. I couldn't hear what they were saying from their place at the altar, but it sounded like it was about me. The human? He's here already. He's too early. He wasn't supposed to arrive until after the devils came. That way, we could frame them for her untimely death. Looks like there's been a change in plans, Donishik. Any other bright ideas? It seems we'll just have to brute force it now. As long as we can discover what kind of sacred gear he has, that's all that matters. We can decide to kill him or spare him afterward. Speaking of which one was the primary objective for our mission anyway? Depends on who you asked. If it was Kokabil-sama, then our mission was to kill him. If it was Azazel-sama, then we only needed to observe and report. I guess whoever we report to gets decided here and now then. I watched as the bee fallen angel picked Aika up by the back of her neck like some animal and held her up. He shouted to the robed men in front of me. Let him through. The rest of you, go assist in defending the base. As the robed men cleared the room, opening a path for me, I spared no hesitation in running closer. However, the moment I reached the first step of the staircase, the fallen angel commanded me to stop. That's far enough. Don't come any closer. I stopped only out of necessity, not of my own volition. Put her down, you bee. I'm afraid I can't do that, boy. This girl still serves a very important role for both of us. Give her back. She's got nothing to do with this. On the contrary, boy. She is the catalyst. Catalyst. You see, boy, this girl is the key to unlocking your true potential. What the hell are you talking about? My true potential? Indeed. It's your hidden power, the sacred gear that you possess. For humans such as yourself, the most well-defined and understood method of unlocking your sacred gear is desire. It's an object that responds in accordance with your desires after all. But sometimes, humans can't achieve anything on what they assume to be desires alone. So in order for you to manifest your power, we must create a need. In times of desperation or horrible circumstances, Humans have been known to unleash their sacred gears for the first time. So have at it, boy. If you want to save this girl, then go on. Unleash your sacred gear. Show us your ultimate power. If you can't do that, then this girl is as good as dead. Those are his demands. But I don't even know how to unlock this supposed power. I don't even know if it exists. Everyone's so sure of it but me. What am I supposed to do? Rainier, from behind her ally, added further. Go on, Issei-kun. This is your only chance. Show it to us. I have no choice. If this is the ultimatum, then I have to at least try. As long as I can save Aika and Asia, that's all that matters. I closed my eyes and focused as hard as I could, trying my best to manifest something, anything that could be considered a power of some kind. However, nothing appeared. Nothing came out. I was just standing there like an idiot, out of breath and ideas. As a result, Danashik and Rainier both made displeased expressions. Nothing? I knew you were a lost cause. And to think that Rainier spared so much effort in keeping you alive. As Danashik expressed his disappointment, I noticed the body of Aika stir awake. Her forehead was bruised and bleeding. When she laid eyes on me, she snuck her hand into her pocket and quietly pulled something out. A spray bottle? What is she? Oh. You see now, Rainier. It looks like your wasted efforts have come to nothing. Let's just go with Kokabile-sama's plan after. Spew. The fallen angel was cut off before he could finish by Aika spraying him directly in the face with the bottle. It's bear spray. The one she uses for camping trips. Sheet. The fallen angel dropped Aika, causing her to land on her feet. When she stood up, she yelled out to me. Aika! Run, Hyokun. Get out of here, hurry. Don't look ba. Pierce. Suddenly, my world came to a standstill. Aika was standing there, confused. For some reason, there was something sticking out of her belly. A jagged, glowing object that emitted blue light. I've seen that object before. The first time that the fallen angels threatened my life, Danashik had it. It was a weapon that resembled a spear made out of light. And right now, it was sticking out from Aika's stomach after it was pushed through her backside by the enraged fallen angel, Danashik. Ikeweawea. The light spear retracted from Aika's body, causing blood to pour out. She fell to her knees and dropped forward, her body tumbling down the stairs. I ran as fast as I could to intercept her, catching her in my arms and rolling down the stairs with her in my embrace. Thud. Once we hit the bottom, I sat up and held Aika in my arms. Aika, are you there? Speak to me. Tell me you're okay. The fallen angels in the background were arguing with each other about something, but all of the sounds in the world around me were barely audible. You dolt. What do you think you're doing? You're just gonna poison him against us. Didn't you see what that little beach did? She attacked me. Besides, he's a lost cause anyway. Your hunch was wrong, Rainier. Aika's wound was bleeding profusely. I tried my best to apply pressure, but there was only so much I could do. She needs medical attention. But would they even be able to treat a wound of this kind? I don't know. The panic was taking over. My fear overcame me. Oh, if it isn't Duty-kun? Aika spoke weakly. Hey, I'm here. It's me. I'm here to bring you home. Home? Sounds good. My place or yours? I've got a new manga to show you. Don't talk. Save your strength. I'll take you to the hospital right now. I'll get you some help. Hey, you ever think that Kiba-kun and I could have been a thing? I know I'm probably not really his type. Or anybody's type really. Who am I kidding? If it was gonna be with anybody, it probably would have been you, don't you think? It might sound weird to say it now, but we make a pretty good pair, I think. Maybe that's awkward coming from a friend. But hey, at least I won't be around to worry about it later. I really wish I didn't die of version though. Aika, please. It's gonna be okay. I swear. I'm gonna get you home. We're gonna read manga, play games, and skip school for a whole week. Just me and you. Just like old times. So please hang in there. Don't. I tried my best to keep her awake, But eventually, her eyes began to shut. This is... I'm scared. I really am scared. Aika? 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 I shouted her name, to no response. My body and my mind froze. Somewhere in the background, I must have heard Asia screaming in pain, but I couldn't register it. Nothing around me came through to me. It was like the whole world faded away. All I felt was the weight of Aika's body in my arms and the warmth of her blood on my clothes. This can't be happening. No. I refuse to accept it. I won't. God. Are you there? I heard my own voice fill the void of silence. God. Buddha. Satan. Whoever. I don't care anymore. One of you, any of you. Help me out here. Somewhere within the depths of the darkness, something began to stir. Give me power. As if slumbering for ages, a quiet bellow rumbled throughout my consciousness. Something beyond angels and demons. Something beyond even the gods. Give me the power to defeat these monsters. Give me the power to save my friends. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it comes from. I'll trade whatever you want or do whatever you want me to. Just give me the power I ask for. Kami-sama. Buddha-sama. Mao-sama. Datid. Ing. I don't care where it's from. I'll take whatever it is. Even if I have to take it. Just as I uttered those words, an image popped into my head. The image of two beautiful young women who attended my academy. The closest association I had to that word. From the devil himself. And just like that, a light emerged from behind me. One separate from my body, and one originated from it. Both were different shades of blue, one dark and one light. In an instant, I recognized the light blue as my own, but the dark one was foreign to me. What wasn't foreign to me, however, was the regal beauty who appeared from the dark blue light directly behind me. Shiyan. That light. A devil? How did she get past our barrier? When both of the lights died down, I could see the beautiful woman standing there. Shitori-senpai? I recognized the woman as the student council president from our academy. She turned to me and smirked. I've come in response to your summons. My summons? Yes. The summons was activated by the flyer in your possession. Just then, I recalled the flyer that Aika handed to me earlier. The one in my pocket. Did she know it could do this? No, there's no way. Is it a coincidence? What is your desire? Am I desire? Yes. My flyer responded to your desire. What was it? I didn't even have to think about it. Power. You want power? In that case, those should suffice. She pointed at my backside. When I looked back, I finally noticed them. What? Wings? What I saw was a pair of glowing, blue wings made of light, extending down from white appendages attached to my back. Somehow, they appeared to be floating above my skin. What is? Light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, otherwise known as the Divine Dividing. It's a sacred gear of Longinus class that allows the user to siphon power from others once every 10 seconds, with the only condition being that they've made physical contact with them. The fallen angels exclaimed in shock. Longinus! Not to mention the Divine Dividing. Rainer, this kid. All this time, he's been the Vanishing Dragon? The White Dragon. Emperor. Shitori-senpai looked down at me sternly and asked. So then? You have power. What is it that you want to do? For a moment, I paused. I asked her, can you save this girl's life? I can certainly try. And you? I looked up the staircase, towards the pair of fallen angels. My eyes locked onto Danashik and... Kill him. Zoom. Before I knew it, I was flying. Not running, but flying. My legs lifted off the ground and my wings shot me straight up the stairs without making contact with a single step. And just as I closed the distance, I punched the fallen angel Danashik with all of my might. Bam. Huge. His body spun around, but he didn't hit the ground. Pain radiated throughout my arm from the impact, but I couldn't give a single sheet if I tried. I just wanted to keep punching him until he went down. You'll pay for that, you little sheet. Danashik growled, and I heard Shitori-senpai shout from down below. Now, siphon his power. You want the power to defeat him, don't you? You must take it from him. Focus with all of your desire, and steal it right from his grasp. That's what she instructed me to do. Although I had no reason to trust her, somehow, I knew what she was telling me was true. So, as if based on pure instinct, I held out my arm and shouted, "Go!" As if to answer my command, the wings behind me brightened and released a voice. "Divide!" Danashik, who had been standing tall just a moment before, stumbled. It almost looked like his knees nearly gave out on him. At the same time, I felt a rush of adrenaline and power like never before. My strength. Once again, Shitori-senpai shouted. "Now, do it." At that moment, my entire body was activated. I rushed the fallen angel with reckless abandon. Done. One punch was enough to send him to the floor, but it wasn't enough to stop me from continuing. So I went on beating him. Continuously, I punched and pounded his face with all of his might, all the while thinking that I wanted his existence to disappear into nothing. Slim. Divide. 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 Nothing could have stopped me. Not until I heard a weak voice from the sidelines. Darisain. I froze. Asia? Asia, who was chained to the cross at the side, spoke. "Please, have mercy." That was all she said. After that, she lost consciousness and her body went limp. When I looked down, I saw the bloody, battered mess I had created. The fallen angel, Danashik, was barely recognizable, if at all. His eyes were too swollen to see and most of his teeth were gone. His entire head was covered in blood, and that blood was now drenching my hands. It was so much that I could feel the difference between the layers of Aika's blood and the fallen angel's. I could even smell the iron from his blood in my nostrils. I tried to stand up, but fell on my butt instead, further away from Danashik. I could only glance between his body and my hands in shock. What did I watched the blood drip down from my hands. This blood came out of a person. I drew it out from someone by hurting them. It might have been a fallen angel, but I still beat this much blood out of another living being, and I didn't even think twice about it. Is that normal for a human? With these wings on my back, am I still human? Am I different from these guys? Goo. As I was lost in existential contemplation, Danashik was able to lift himself off the ground. In his hand, he created one of those light spears and cursed my name. Did a human vanish? ING dragon? But before he could even throw the spear, his chest was pierced by another weapon made of light. This time, it was a pink one. When I looked over, I realized that Rainier had tossed it. "Shut up, you idiot. You've ruined everything. Now how am I supposed to fix this mess?" The fallen angel's Danashik fell flat on his face on the floor. I felt my lips curve into a smirk. I felt glad that he was dead. Who cares about humanity? He deserved to die. And I got to watch it happen. That's all there is to it. Am I really still myself? Asia. My mouth uttered her name. I looked over at the hanging body of Asia and then to Rainier, who appeared to flinch at my cold gaze. "What did you do to Asia?" I asked her up front, with no emotion present in my voice. It felt like I was a zombie or a husk. I couldn't feel a thing in my body or my mind. I was just alive. What do you mean, Issei Kuin? I didn't. She killed her. Before Rainier could properly respond, Shitori-senpai replied from below. Beside her, there was another woman now present, tending to Aika. I recognized her as the vice president of the student council. That mechanical device that you see on the altar is powered by magic. Its purpose is to extract sacred gears from human bodies. No doubt, it's a stolen piece of technology from the research base of fallen angels, Grigori. Still, since sacred gears are intrinsically tied to one's soul, the process which extracts it from the human body is deadly. In other words, the ritual ends in the death of the one who possessed the sacred gear. That girl died after she stole it from her. Quiet, You lying, devil beach. Rainier silenced Shitori-senpai at the top of her lungs, but it didn't appear like Shitori-senpai had anything left to say anyway. I asked Rainier. Hey, Rainier? Is she lying? Of course she's lying. She's a devil. Devils can't be trusted. They lie every time they breathe. Then what happened to Asia? Rainier paused. Staring at the glowing artifact floating in her palm, which resembled the rings Asia wore on her fingers, Rainier tried her best to explain. Well, why you see, Issei-kun? Asia is. She's suffered so much throughout her life that she wanted it to end. All she ever wanted was to help and heal people, so she knew that her power was best utilized by immortal beings like us, who could make use of her powers for centuries, across any part of the world. That's why she... Rainier tried to play it off with an innocent smile. She sacrificed herself. Zoom. Before she could even finish, I had already charged her at full speed, causing her to drop the artifact in her hands. With a tight grip around her neck, I slammed her up against the wall. Slam. Ka. She kicked her feet as she was lifted into the air. Rage. Using all of my rage, I somehow lifted us up even further. No, I shot us up straight up towards the ceiling, which we collided with at full. Grammar. Everything is clear here, Bucho. My servant, Kiba Yudo, informed me. Good work, Yudo, Kaneko. I hope the two of you are unharmed. Yes, Bucho. Just a few cuts. However, we couldn't defeat the exorcist who guarded this area. Ultimately, he escaped by using a distraction. That's all right, Yudo. So long as he is absent from a place of operations, he can't pose much of a threat by himself. I'm sure he'll wish to lie low or leave this town soon. My vice president and best friend, Akino Himejima, alerted me to something. Bucho. I know Akino. I feel it too. It's a powerful, unknown signature. But there's also a familiar presence. Indeed, it does feel familiar. Kaneko whispered it with suspicious eyes. Kaisha-san? She's right. This presence. It's Sona's. I'd recognize it anywhere. But why on earth would she be here? She's hardly aware of the most basic details concerning this fallen angel business. It's not possible that she could have known that this was their base of operations. And for her to come alone. As I was racked with questions, Yudo noticed something that I didn't and reacted using his knight's trait of speed. He guarded me with his body. Bucho. In front of us, from where Yudo guarded me, there was a huge impact. Kaya. Something burst through the floor of the church, catching us all by surprise. As the dust cleared, we could see something illuminated by the moonlight. Ku. Ak. A pair of figures hovered in the air above us. One was strangling the other with bloodied hands. The one being strangled was a fallen angel, and the other had wings of a completely foreign origin. Those wings, those are divine dividing. I finished my servant's astonished statement. Yes, no doubt, those are the wings which belong to the White Dragon Emperor. The divine dividing. Jute. The fallen angel, in a desperate attempt to escape the vanishing dragon's grasp, summoned a spear of light and stabbed it into his thigh. He howled in pain. F. Still, he didn't just release her. Instead, he tossed her towards the stained glass window of the church, causing her to shatter it with her impact. As she fell forward, the glass behind her cracked and fell apart, following her down as she hit the floor. F-. The vanishing dragon appeared to lose control of his wings and came crashing down into the rows of seats ahead of us. Even so, he brought himself back to his feet quicker than the fallen angel did, who struggled to lift herself up. Then we heard it. Divide. The command echoed throughout the empty, silent walls of the church, and the fallen angel fell to her knees immediately after. Once she was on the floor, the vanishing dragon kicked her in the side of her abdomen with full force, causing her to collapse. He flipped her body over and straddled her. Once again, he began to strangle her with his bare hands. Arninint. Gur. Ka. Goo. The fallen angel hopelessly struggled against her attacker, desperately trying to form spears of light in her hand, which kept disappearing due to lack of power. She kicked and clawed, but to no avail. In all honesty, it was a brutal and unpleasant sight. The same way any human would murder another human being. There was no dramatics, no technique, no honor. It was simply a kill inspired by pure malice and hatred. I felt it best to look away, as did the rest of my servants. Either way, it would soon be over. However, just as I had assumed that, another announcement was made. Limit. The wings on the vanishing dragon's backside dispersed their light and disappeared. Now, only the appendages were left. Ah! The next moment, as if losing all of his physical strength, the vanishing dragon, who I now recognized as Issei from our very own academy, released his grip in the fallen angel's throat. Ha! The fallen angel coughed and heaved as the oxygen returned to her lungs. Using what little strength she seemed to have left, she backhanded Issei away from herself, finally creating some space between them. Issei fell onto his side and struggled to lift himself up. His arms appeared to be trembling profusely. So this is the vanishing dragon. The White Dragon Emperor, Issei. So, you were right to take interest in him. I collapsed, struggling to lift my upper body off the ground. My strength is? It appears you've reached your limit. I heard the familiar voice of the student council president, who appeared to ascend from the staircase I originally entered the sanctuary through. She was accompanied by her vice president, who was holding the body of Asia in her arms. Meanwhile, Shitori-senpai carried Aika. Asia. I tried to run towards them, but my legs could hardly keep me up. You shouldn't push yourself. Your body could collapse under the stress you just put it through. Where did all of my strength go? The power you steal, it isn't permanent. It's only a temporary boost, really. It isn't the same as upgrading your stats. You can only take so much as well. At some point, you'll reach the natural limit to how much power you can take or how long you can maintain it. After that, it's bound to disappear and reset you to zero. That's the nature of your sacred gear. Shitori-senpai explained all of that like it was easy to understand, but it all sounded so alien to me. Still, the power wasn't what mattered. The fallen angels were defeated. The only thing that mattered was my friends. Who cares about my stupid powers? Aika and Issei, are they okay? Shitori-senpai appeared to sigh. Well, as for your friend, she's lost consciousness completely, either due to blood loss or shock. I was able to stop the bleeding, but at best, our magic is only keeping her from dying. If she doesn't receive emergency medical treatment soon, she won't make it. That shouldn't be too much of an issue for us. This girl, on the other hand, Tsubaki. The vice president stepped forward and shook her head. Just like that, I felt the weight of the world crash down on me. No. I slammed my forehead against the floor. Why? It's not fair. They didn't do anything. It's not their fault, and yet. God damn it. But it's all my fault. All of it. As I cried tears of frustration, I heard another womanly voice interject. Geez, Sona. You can be so clinical sometimes. Why not try being empathetic? I am being empathetic. I noticed a pair of legs knelt down beside me. When I looked up, I saw the familiar, gorgeous face of the crimson-haired Rias Gremry-senpai. Hayudu Issei-kun, isn't it? It's nice to meet you. My name is Rias Gremry. Don't worry. Everything is going to be all right. How could everything be all right? My friend is dead. I recall Sona mentioning that your friend is still alive. To that I snapped. They're both my friends, you devil. Gremry-senpai appeared startled by my outburst. Still, she didn't seem to take offense. Instead, she apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I had no response. I could only wallow in sorrow. Who am I kidding? What kind of friend am I when I just let her die like that? Don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could do. Of course there was. Look at me. I fought both of those fallen angel BSs on my own, and I still couldn't stop either of my friends from getting hurt. It's all my fault. Everything. All because of me and my stupid power, those two suffered. If only I was stronger. If only I had this power before. Because of me, everything it's all. As I went on, Gremry-senpai sighed and looked at me with pity. She stood up and walked off. Just then, I noticed that there were other people present that were wearing our school uniform. Two of them, a small girl with white hair and a bishounen wielding a sword, stood by, guarding Rainer. I know them. That's Kiba, the handsome prince everyone talks about. And the small one is Kaneko Tuju, the school mascot, right? As I thought, all of the devils were composed of popular kids after all. Gremry-senpai approached Rainer, who looked up at her with a terrified expression. Greetings, fallen angel. I assume you know who I am? G. Gremry. That's right. My name is Rias Gremry, heiress of the Gremry clan. It's nice to meet you. You are the one called Rainer, aren't you? YUDMN devil. Just you wait. Once my allies get here, you're all done for. Your allies? Could you be referring to the fallen angels posted outside to defend the perimeter? Or perhaps you mean the exorcists that joined a while later? Well, either way, they were defeated one after the other. The exorcists did make it difficult for us, though. You're lying. Gremry-senpai shook her head and dropped a few feathers onto the ground. Those feathers were too large for a bird. They were definitely taken from the wings of fallen angels. No way. But the exorcists. This time, the Nadeshiko beside Gremry-senpai spoke. Akino Himajima-senpai, who was smiling, said it in a foreboding tone. After greeting them, they spilled it immediately. The fact that your plan was an independent action from Grigori. The truth is, your mission originally had nothing to do with using ancient technologies to steal sacred gears, did it? Rainer made a horrified expression. This can't be happening. It can't. Things couldn't have gone so wrong. I'm afraid you have no choice but to believe, Rainer. Now then. With that all being said, as the protector of this town, I have no choice but to exterminate you for your crimes. You've put the inhabitants of this town as well as my allies at risk. For that, the punishment is death. Goodbye. In the palm of Gremry-senpai, something like black and red smoke appeared. No, rather than smoke, it was something more. It was completely opaque. Is that devil magic? Whatever it was, looking at it gave me the chills. Rainer must have felt the same way, as she made an even more terrified expression. For the second time tonight, I was witnessing the fear of mortality appear on her face. For some reason, Rainer looked at me. Issei-kun. She called out to me in a desperate voice. Help me, Issei-kun. Please, don't let these devils kill me. I know I've done some terrible things, but I never meant to hurt you or your friend, I swear. All of that nonsense was Danishik's idea, not mine. He did it. That's why I killed him. I only ever wanted to recruit you to our side. From the very beginning, I've only ever wanted to be your ally. I swear. Please, Seikun. Save me. I was left speechless by her pleading. She was begging for her life, to me? Why to me, of all people? Shouldn't she be begging the devils? Just a minute ago, I almost killed her myself, and yet, now she's begging me to save her life? But you did hurt my friend. You killed Asia. My monotone voice replied without thought. I know. I messed up. I did something wrong. But please, you have to understand. I was desperate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did. I know you might not forgive me, but please, don't let me die like this. I don't want to die. Please. She begged fervently, leaving me speechless. Eventually, though, my heart spoke what it wished to say. If you want to beg for your life, do it to the person you hurt most. Beg to Asia. The moment I said that, Rainer's expression was filled with the ultimate despair. Gremry-senpai took a step forward. Farewell, fallen angel, Rainer. Then, Rainer uttered her final words. Please. Have mercy. My world came to a standstill. Somewhere in my head, I heard the voice of Asia. Issei-sen. Please, have mercy. I glanced over at the lifeless body of Asia, who had been laid on the ground. Her peaceful face. I imagined what she would say to me if she were still here. Those words quietly slipped out from my mouth. Have mercy? As if everything was in slow motion, I took one last look over at Rainier. I saw her helpless expression. Before I knew it, I had limped to stand between Gremory-senpai and Rainier. Hayudu-kun? For a moment I said nothing. Once my brain caught up, I realized what I was doing and spoke, keeping my head face down. That I'm sorry, but please let her go. Everyone around me appeared astonished by my actions, including Rainier. Gremory-senpai was the first to question it. I'm sorry, Hayudu Issei-kun, but I can't do that. This fallen angel committed a great number of crimes against this town. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a rogue operation, she could have caused a war to break out between the devils and her own side. As the town's overseer, I must pass judgment. The right to pass judgment. That belongs to Asia. She's the one who suffered the most because of her. And that girl is now dead. I know that. I clenched my fists in frustration, but still kept my head down. You think I didn't want to punish her for that? I was going to kill her with my own 2 hands. Before today, I'd never even been in a real fight. And yet, I was just moments away from killing her and her friend using my bare hands, like some kind of animal. I don't even know if I can still be called human anymore. But I know one thing, if it was up to Asia, if she were still here, this is what she would want. Even though this beach hurt her or tried to take her life, that wouldn't make a difference. She'd still want me to show her mercy. Because that's just who Asia is. The kindest girl I ever knew. That's why. Gremory-senpai shook her head. So long as this fallen angel lives, she'll pose a threat to this town and its people. I cannot allow that to stand. Not if she's gone. She raised a brow. What do you mean? I looked at Rainier from the corner of my eye. She looked confused, but there was a glint of hope in her eyes. I felt an overwhelming flood of conflicting emotions, but despite my frustration, I pushed them down. Rainier, if we let you go, can you promise to leave Kuo and never come back? The glint of hope in her eye grew larger. Yes, I swear it. I'll never come back to this town again. I promise. You'll never see my face again, I swear. I could tell that she was willing to agree to anything out of sheer desperation, but I also didn't get the impression that she was lying either. Asia. Gremory-senpai. I faced the devils fully this time and bowed my head. Please let her go. That was my hesitant but earnest plea. Even without looking up, I could feel them all looking at me with conflicted expressions. I heard Shitori-senpai speak out first. You know that if we do this, we will be taking a great risk? Yes. Then you understand that if we do, you'll be in our debt. I understand. I heard Shitori-senpai sigh. Well, ultimately, the verdict is yours, Rias. It's up to you to decide. I know, Sona. With a pause, Gremory-senpai commanded me. Step aside, Hayudu Issei-kun. Seeing as there was nothing more I could do, I complied. Fallen angel Rainier. Why yes. But to my surprise, Gremory-senpai didn't execute her. Leave this town and never return. If you do, there won't be another chance. This is your one and only warning. Do you understand? I watched as Rainier's expression changed to one of hope and optimism. Yes, I understand. I'll never come back to this place again. I swear. This time, Gremory-senpai sighed. Then get out of my sight. Without hesitation, Rainier unfurled her wings and took off towards the broken window I had originally thrown her at earlier. Right before she left, I felt compelled to say one last thing to her. Rainier. Although I expected her to leave abruptly, she did stop in response to my voice. I made sure to look her in the eyes when I said it. The only reason you're alive is because of Asia's kindness. I did this one last act of mercy in her memory. Don't you ever forget that. Silently, Rainier took off into the night, leaving me alone with the devils in the chapel. I felt my legs starting to give out. They're shaking so badly. Still, I used whatever strength I had left to walk over towards Asia and Aika, who were lying on the floor side by side. I knelt down beside them as the strength in my legs finally disappeared. This is all my fault. I picked Aika up and held her closely in my arms. I'm sorry, Aika, Asia. Please, forgive me. I'm so sorry. I felt a gentle hand place itself on my back. It was Gremory-senpai. Don't blame yourself. You can't control the actions of others. You're only a single person. You can only do so much. But if it wasn't for me and this DMN power, these worthless sacred gears everyone keeps talking about, calling them special powers. What good are they if this is all they get you? Angels, devils, fallen angels. All Asia ever wanted was to have friends. All I ever wanted was to be happy and help others. All Aika ever wanted was to live a carefree life. Now look at us. God damn it. It's not fair. Gremory-senpai stood up. Sona. Do as you wish, Rias. They're your evil pieces to use as you please. Just know that the vanishing dragon is off limits. I did mention that if you hadn't replied to my message by the end of the week that I would make a move, didn't I? Too bad for you, Rias. The weekend doesn't start until tomorrow. That's hardly fair. The person he summoned was me, Rias. Oh, very well. You can be quite the sly devil sometimes, Sona. What can I say? It's in my nature. As they went on with their exchange, Gremory-senpai stepped over to Asia's side and placed something on the girl's chest. It looked like a red chess piece. After she placed that on the girl's chest, Gremory-senpai started chanting something, causing a huge circle to appear underneath Asia's body. That looks like the circle that came out when Shitori-senpai showed up, but with a different color and other symbols. Asia Argento, hear my command. In the name of the Rias Gremory, I ask you to rise again. Be reborn in my name as a servant of the Gremory clan. The circle beneath Asia shined brightly, causing me to avert my eyes. When the light died down, I didn't notice a physical difference in the environment nor Asia. You. I saw Asia's eyes open. Asia. I uttered her name. The body of Asia sat up and Elle looked at me. Issei-sen? I gently placed Aika down and stumbled over to Asia. Issei-sen. Your leg. Before she could finish, I hugged her tightly. Asia. You. Issei-san. Thank God. I'm so glad. Gremory-senpai interrupted our reunion. Excuse me. I'm sorry to interject, but there's actually someone here who needs your help. Gremory-senpai's words brought me back down to reality. That's right. Asia. Yes. My friend. Aika. She needs your help. She's dying. Please save her. I pointed towards Aika behind me, allowing Asia to notice her. Without further convincing needed, Asia went straight to her and began healing her wound using her powers. Did the devils return her sacred gear to her? I hadn't even noticed. Just as expected, after only a minute or two of waiting, Aika's wound disappeared. I was filled with so much relief that I struggled to hold back tears. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. Suddenly, I felt my head start spinning, and my vision became blurry. Issei-san. The next thing I knew, my face was touching the floor. As my consciousness faded, I remembered one last thing. Rainer. That look she had when she knew that she was going to live after all. Despite being a fallen angel and everything she'd done, I still felt a sense of relief seeing her make that face. Maybe I'm still me after? Oh? I tried tossing and turning in bed, but my body was so sore that I could barely move. It feels like I got hit by a truck at full speed. You should try your best to relax. That girl might have been able to heal your wounds, but she can't take away your fatigue. Yeah. I paused. Gah! I sat up in shock to see that Shitori-senpai was in my room, sitting in my desk chair. Shitori-senpai? What are you doing here? Who do you think brought you home after last night's incident? Though, to be honest, you are awake sooner than I expected. Last night? Suddenly, all of the memories that transpired from last night's events rushed into my mind. Aika, Asia, the girls. Are those two okay? Shitori-senpai nodded. They're safe, both of them. The nun is currently under the care of my colleague, Rias Gremory. As for your friend, she's currently resting at a nearby hospital. Her wounds are totally healed, but she's currently being treated for her blood loss. Although, as far as anyone knows, it's just a case of severe anemia, that is. I sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Shitori-senpai stood up. Now that I've verified your condition, I'll be on my way. It's the weekend, so do your best to get plenty of rest. You're going to need it. When you're ready to return to school, I'll be waiting for you. Waiting for me? Oddly, Shitori-senpai smirked. Indeed. We have much to discuss. Then, that same blue circle that I saw last night appeared beneath her and she was gone in a flash. So I guess devils can teleport? I shook off my confusion and grabbed my cell phone. 6:37 a.m. It's early. Considering how tired I am, the best thing to do would be to take Shitori-senpai's advice and go back to sleep. But not yet. First, I need to make a call. The line rang. Eventually, a woman answered the call. Hello. Ike? I shouted it at the top of my lungs, which the person on the other end probably didn't appreciate, but they didn't recognize me. No, this is her mother. Who is this? Oh. Excuse me. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is Issei. Ike's friend? We've met a few times before. Oh, Hayate-kun. Of course. Are you calling to check up on Ike-chan? Yes, ma'am. How is she? The doctors say that she's all right. She passed out on the way home from your house due to a severe case of anemia. A neighbor found her and called an ambulance for her. She was given a blood transfusion when she first arrived. They ran some tests, but everything else came up clear. They say she should be free to return home by tomorrow morning if she feels good enough. They're also going to give her some iron supplements to take home. I see. Thank goodness. I'm so glad she's okay. Thank you for your concern, Hayate-kun. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Hayate-kun. I clenched my bed sheets in frustration, but I couldn't hold back my tears. I wondered if Aika's mother could tell. No, it's all my fault. I'm her friend and yet all because of me I should have taken better care of her. I should have walked her home. It's all my fault she's like this now. I'm so sorry. Aika's mother had an empathetic tone fit for a maternal figure. Oh, Hayate-kun, Aika was right. You really are a kind person. You care about her a lot, don't you? Yeah, she's my best friend. Hee. I chuckled due to the phrase that popped into my head. She's the glue that holds my world together, I guess. It had been forever since I felt the comfort of a maternal figure, but somehow, Aika's mother provided that with just her voice. Thank you, Hayate-kun. I'm glad that Aika has someone like you around. You're a sweet boy. But don't worry. You have nothing to apologize to us for. I know that if you could, you'd protect Aika-chan with all of your might. Yeah, sniffle. That's right. Then, my sadness began to subside. Gradually, I was overcome instead by a fierce determination. That's right. I will protect her. No matter what happens, ma'am, I promise you I'll protect Aika with my life. From now until the day I die. I won't let anything happen to her. Never again. That was my solemn vow to Aika's mother, just as much to myself. That's right. I have to protect her. Using this newfound power of mine, I have to defend her with my life. That's what it's for anyway, right, God? A special power bestowed upon humans to defend themselves and their people? Then that's precisely what I'll use it for. This accursed ability, filled with misfortune. I'll fight against all of it using my own strength. And I won't let anything happen to those I care about. Not again. After a while of silence, Aika's mother finally responded. I'm very happy to hear you say that, Hailun. Please take care of yourself, okay? Yes, ma'am. You take care as well. With that, we said our goodbyes and ended the call. Feeling my willpower rise to the max, I moved to get out of bed, only to fall flat on my face after my legs caved. Gwa. I'll protect everyone, starting Monday. Oda-sama? Listen. What's wrong? Is Aika's condition worsening? No. Get this. That boy, Hayate-kun, Aika-chan's friend from school? He just called and said that he would protect Aika-chan for the rest of his life. She isn't going to be alone anymore. We might get to be grandparents after all. What? A proposal? Not to mention over the phone? That little brat. I'll teach him a thing or two for going after my little girl. Ultima, calm down. You're going to wake up our daughter. She's still resting. Part 2. The weekend came and went. Naturally, I spent all of my time in bed, much to the dismay of my older sister. She probably thought I was just lazing around. But my body was seriously out of commission, nay-san. Please, believe me. In any case, it's Monday now and my body is mostly recovered. To be honest, I'd like to take another week off of school, but it's not like it's too much to move around. I definitely can't do any PE though. Besides, if I did take off, I couldn't see the person I was hoping to see the moment I opened the front door to my home this morning. Dakun. Hey, you look tired as usual, Dudian. Without saying a word, I hugged Aika tightly. W.O. Feeling bold today, are we, Dudi-kun? Jay, just don't cop a feel without permission, okay? Unless you want to get smacked, that is. I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Oh yeah? Well, that's nice to hear. It was just a little anemia, but I'm all good now. Thanks for your concern. So she doesn't remember what happened? I wonder if that's the devil's doing also. Can they erase people's memories? I pulled away and inspected Aika from head to shoulder. Are you sure you're okay? No pain or discomfort anywhere? No man, I'm good. They wouldn't have let me leave the hospital if I wasn't okay. You're worse than my mother. I sighed with relief. Mischievously, Aika snickered. Nishishi, speaking of my mother. She actually told me something really nice the other day. Apparently when I was stuck in the hospital, you were the first one to call asking about me. And you said, oh, what was it you told her? Something about, you'll protect me for the rest of your life? Looks like she's back to her usual teasing self again, hee. Thank God. Or I guess, in this case, devil? Yeah, I meant it. No matter what happens, I'll look after you. I won't let anything happen to you again, Aika. Promise. Aika must have been taken aback by my declaration since she started stammering a bit. Ichia. Is that so? W, you better prepare yourself then. 'Cause I'm gonna cause a bunch of trouble every day for the rest of your life. And you're gonna have to cover for me. And you're gonna pay for everything. Sounds good. As long as you're around, I'm happy. Aika appeared to become frustrated. I mean, that's an angry face, right? I don't think I've ever seen her cheeks that red before. She must be super annoyed. Why you little version? Don't think you'll score any extra points just 'cause you say nice things, even if you've got that serious face. But I am serious though. For some reason, Aika started to back away from me, which caused me to get closer. Hey, watch it. Don't get any closer. I have bear spray, I'll spray you. Wait, where the hell is my bear spray? Did you steal it when I wasn't looking so that I'd be defenseless against your assault? What are you even talking about? What assault? And why do you keep getting further away from me? Eventually, our antics somehow devolved into me chasing after her on the way to the academy. Well, I say, chasing, but it's just me trying to keep up because she kept running from me. I'm not even in the condition to be running like this. Hey, where are you going? Why are you running from me? Stay away, perv. Weirdo. Stalker. Peeping Tom. Why are you just shouting random shit and running? Go. My stomach is cramping. My effing legs are cramping. Okay, truce. What do you mean truce? You're the one who started running in the first place. I knocked on the doors of the student council room. Soon after, I heard the voice of Shitori-senpai from behind. Come in. I opened the door and entered. Unlike the first time I was in this room, there were more people present. Are these other members of the student council? Or maybe they're all devils as well. Either way, in terms of gender, I'm completely outnumbered. Everyone else in here is a girl besides me. Good morning, Hayadu Issei-kun. Yeah, good morning. Please, have a seat. Somewhat hesitantly, I took a seat at the end of the oval-shaped mahogany table, opposite of Shitori-senpai just like last time. You seem to be doing better. How is your body holding up? Oh, I'm good. There's still some soreness here and there, but I can move. Not sure how much I'll be capable of during gym class though. You won't need to worry about that. We've retrieved special permissions to excuse you from any physical activity in your gym classes for the next week. What she said surprised me. She got me excused from gym class. Just how much influence do these devils have here? I see. Well, thanks, I guess. Don't mention it. More importantly, I wanted to discuss the terms of your application to the student council today. My application? Are we still going forward with that? Well, I still haven't given you an answer yet, have I? I guess not. Shitori-senpai cleared her throat and lifted the stack of papers in front of her. As to the application of Hayuru Issei-kun for a position in the student council, your application is accepted. The position is yours, should you wish to take it. Surprisingly, I was accepted. Oh. I see. You don't seem very pleased. Oh no, it's not that. It's just, well, I'm not sure what to feel, to be honest. I mean, I looked around the room at everyone. Is everyone here? You know. A devil? That's correct. Everyone here is a member of my group. Okay. In that case, I'll just come out and say it. I don't really see what's the point in joining anymore. I mean, is this really even a student council? A gang of devils? Isn't this more like a cult or something? An amber-haired girl with twin tails seated on the right side of the oval table protested me. Hey, that's rude. Meguri. Shitori-senpai checked her with her voice, causing the girl to hold her tongue. She still looked slightly offended at what I said though. Instinctively, I apologized. Sorry, I wasn't trying to insult anybody. I just don't know how else to describe this sort of thing. I didn't think devils existed, till about a week ago. Shitori-senpai explained. That's all right, Hayadu-kun. I can't blame you for being ignorant about the way we operate. If you must know, this is still the student council office. We do still participate in the regular student council activities as they are assigned to us. In fact, I would say that everyone here takes their position in the student council seriously. In response to Shitori-senpai, I could see the same girl who shouted at me proudly nodding her head in my peripheral vision. However, it is also true that we tend to use this room as a front as well. We conduct devil operations the same as student council operations here. The only difference being that we usually reserve devil activities for after school, unless it's something that needs to be addressed promptly. I see. In that case, I still don't really see why I would possibly join if I'm not a devil myself. To that, Shitori-senpai smiled. I'm glad you said that. You see, along with accepting your application to the student council, there's actually one more thing that I wanted to offer you. Shitori-senpai reached down underneath the table and retrieved something. It was a box shaped like a small suitcase. She unclasped the locks on it and opened the box. In the velvet interior, I saw a few blue-colored chess pieces neatly placed into their own. Plus, some other slots were empty. Chess pieces? They're more than that. I take it you remember what happened in the church the other night. Yeah. Do you recall the ritual that took place? The one that Rias Gremory conducted? A ritual? Wait, that's right. I remember. Back when Asia still seemed like she was dead, Gremory-senpai did something to wake her up. Now that I think about it, she did place a similar-looking chess piece on Asia's chest back then, didn't she? Are those similar to the objects that Gremory-senpai used on Asia? You catch on quick. Indeed, these are the very same objects. They are known as evil pieces. Every devil of high-class status is awarded these at some point. They allow us to reincarnate others into our eternal servants. Reincarnate? Indeed. The other day, when Rias Gremory used one of her pieces on Asia Argento, it was to revive her from death as one of her servants. As a result, the girl is now a part of Rias Gremory's devil peerage, an extension of the Gremory clan. That part gave me pause. You mean Asia is a devil now? That's correct. She is a devil under the service of Rias Gremory. Accepting one of these evil pieces means ascending from humanity and becoming a devil. That shook me. Asia's a devil now? Which means she's no longer human. How does Asia feel about that? I haven't seen her since the other day. Is she doing all right? Where is Asia now? Don't worry about that for now. You'll be seeing her very soon. Instead, let's focus on the discussion at hand, shall we? She dodged my question. I'll let it go for now, but I am going to see Asia, one way or another. I have to check up on her as soon as possible. Now, what I wanted to ask you was this. Hi Udu Issei-kun. How do you feel about the idea of joining my peerage as well? My face went blank. Pardon? I asked how you would feel becoming a member of my peerage. You mean like becoming your servant? Becoming a devil under my service, yes. So, in essence, like your SLV? In essence, yes. However, I wouldn't characterize it as merely slavery. There are benefits to it. I was left sitting there quietly. The reason being, well, let's just say my brain started imagining random things. And by random things, I mean that my brain started to envision Shitori-senpai clad in CC Demon cosplay, looking down at me from a throne. Get down on your knees and service your master, Issei. Yuhihihi. I get it now. I totally get the appeal behind Shitori-senpai's cold demeanor. The reputation makes so much sense to me now. Hayadu-kun? Hayadu-kun. I was snapped out of my daydreaming by Shitori-senpai's call. Oh, sorry, I zoned out. I'm afraid I can't offer you anything like that, but there will be plenty of other benefits. I froze in fear. You devils can't read minds, can they? No. I am good at reading expressions though. Much of what people don't say is in their eyes. Ah, I see. Shit, I seriously need to be careful around this lady. She's a demon, for real. What a terrifying ability. All of my years of training to hide what I'm thinking from my face might not be enough for her. So, Hayadu-kun? What do you say? Alright, I mean, that's a big question. For me to quit being a human and become a devil, not to mention the eternal servant to another devil. I don't know. Why would I want to? Well, let me explain to you some of the benefits. Maybe that will help you come to a decision. Tsubaki. At the command of Shitori-senpai, her vice president, Shinra Tsubaki-senpai, walked over to me and placed some papers on the table in front of me. It was a bunch of charts and diagrams with numbers. I didn't understand any of it. As you can see, the Sitri clan represents a large conglomerate of the health industry in the underworld. They also maintain a high status as one of the 72 pillars. As such, finances and job security are no issue. You can be rest assured that a grand majority of the Sitri clan's benefits will be available to you. This includes but is not limited to the highest level of formal education, financial assistance, medical coverage both in the human world and the underworld at the most sophisticated medical institutions, which can guarantee the health of your human family members. As for general income, Tsubaki. Shitori-senpai interrupted her vice president. Thank goodness. Only the basics, remember? And in layman's terms, if you would. Of course. Forgive me. What Kaicho means to say is. I summarized the explanation for her. So basically what you're saying is I'll be rich, healthy, and smart for as long as I live. Shitori-senpai smirked. As I thought, you do catch on quick. But rather than characterizing it that way, the way I describe it is, if you become a member of the Sitri clan, you can be rest assured that you'll be taken care of. Whether it be security, financially, medically, or in your education. You and your family are secured. Immediately I thought of my sister, Kyokonichi. She's been working hard all of this time just to support us. It'd be nice if she could just take a break and relax for a while. Hell, if I could make it so that she'd retire entirely, even at this young of an age, that would be... Wait, no, don't get enticed too easily. Think about it. What's in it for them? When Rainier originally described devils, she described them as lying, selfish scumbags who are only in it for themselves. Yeah, and look how that turned out, genius. Rainier ended up being the lying, selfish bitch who wanted to use Asia for her own gain. At this point, I don't know how much of what she told me back then was true, if any of it. I mean, aside from just the fact that she didn't want to kill me. At least with that, I believe her. If she wanted me dead, she would have killed me. There were plenty of chances to get rid of me. Anyway, in terms of a deal, that sounds great on my end. But what's on the other side? That all sounds well and good, but what do you get out of it? That's obvious. Your eternal servitude. So basically my soul? Not exactly. Although you would be reincarnated by my evil pieces, which would then be tied to your soul wouldn't be in my possession. Traditional soul bartering hasn't been in practice for many centuries at this point. So your soul would be your own. It's simply your loyalty that's being requested. My loyalty, huh? Loyalty to her or to Satan? Actually, that kinda sounds like a stupid question when I think about it. With all of this talk about clans, I'm assuming that she means I'd be serving her and her clan. Wait, what did she call it earlier? So I'd be serving you and the Issei clan? Actually, it's the Sitri clan. Oh, is it actually pronounced differently or something? No. Sitri is merely a cover name. An alias I use to conceal my true identity in the human world. My real name is Sona Sitri. Sitri is the name of my clan. I had no idea. I guess it makes sense for a devil to have a secret identity. Wait, does that mean that Gremry-senpai's name is also something different? No, that is her name. Unlike me, Rias doesn't take as much careful consideration to conceal her identity. Although, to be fair, it isn't as if most humans would recognize the name anyway. Not in the modern day, at least. That's funny. I guess not every devil is the same. I should have guessed that. Gremry-senpai and Sitri-senpai don't really act similar at all. There's another benefit that I didn't mention as well. Sitri-senpai continued from where she left off before. What she said next was what interested me the most out of everything. Along with everything that's been mentioned up until now, there's also something else. Your power. The sacred gear that you possess. The one known as the divine dividing. The mentioning of my power made me uneasy. Or more like suspicious. After what happened with Rainier, I can't be too careful now. What about it? I can understand your caution. The events you experienced the other night would be traumatic for any human. That being said, it's clear to see that night was your first time experiencing the appearance of your sacred gear. So what if it was? Well, it was also clear to anyone who was around that you also had no idea on how to use it. Which is no surprise. However, if you truly plan on protecting the people you care about, you can't go around using that power so carelessly. Without proper guidance, you'll likely end up causing yourself or others great harm. And the potential to lose yourself and be consumed by your own power can also occur. The risks are high. Is it really that dangerous? You experienced it yourself, didn't you? A regular human like you was able to defeat 2 grown fallen angels back-to-back without any training. Something like that could only be accomplished by a Longinus like yours. From the left side of the table, another brunette girl with twin ponytails stood up and shouted. He seriously did that? Ruruko. Sorry Kaicho. Just like the other girl, she sat back down with Sitri-senpai's single word. Wow, she really has this place under control. That startled me though. I heard that term before, but what is a Longinus? A Longinus is a special classification of sacred gear limited only to the strongest or most powerfully unique sacred gears, of which there are only 13 Longinus class sacred gears. Although the clearest and most concise explanation is that they are God-killing weapons. Titled after the man who pierced the side of God with his spear, Cassius Longinus. For example, your sacred gear is called the Divine Dividing, which makes you this generation's current Hakuryu. The Divine Dividing specifically is categorized as a mid-tier Longinus. Hold on, what do you mean God-killing weapons? As in capable of slaying gods? Actual real gods? That's correct. Although it's never been accomplished, it's said that all Longinus are capable of becoming weapons capable of slaying gods. Take your sacred gear for example. It allowed you to defeat 2 different fallen angels which were probably multiple times your strength and age. It's true that you caught them off guard, but you handled them nevertheless. With a power like yours, which specializes in siphoning strength from even more powerful opponents, you don't think it might be possible that you could reach a god-level strength at some point while using it? She has a point. If I can steal enough power while in a fight, I can make my opponent weaker than me or make myself as strong as them, which means I could theoretically beat anyone. That is a wicked power. That being said, none of that will matter if the limit of how much you can steal is too low. Without proper training, you'll end up just like the other night, where your body collapses under the pressure of the strength you just lost. That power doesn't last forever, which means you need to maximize how much of it you can take in any given battle and how long you hold on to it. If you don't, you'll eventually run into someone who is so powerful that when you steal their power, they won't notice a difference, but you'll be completely spent. So it's basically like I'm a bucket filled with water, but I can only take so much water. So whether or not I'm up against a puddle or a lake, the amount of water I can take is what determines the outcome. I need to make my bucket bigger. I saw a glint in Shitori-senpai's eye. A clever analogy. You're more astute than you lead on. Your test scores don't seem to be a fluke after all. I can tell that we're going to get along well. I narrowed my eyes. Whoa, hold on now. I haven't agreed to anything. I still don't know if I want to do this. To my surprise, this time, the other student council members began to chime in, starting with Shinra-senpai. Logically, it is the wisest choice, Hayato-san. Considering the manner of sacred gear you possess, it's only natural that you would establish an alliance with one of the three factions. Otherwise, as a free agent, you'll be considered a high-level threat to anyone you come across. At least when you form an alliance or join a peerage, you have the resources and protection of whichever clan that you represent, as well as the assurance that you won't be attacked so brazenly by any opposing side. Another brunette girl, with twin braids and a blue headband added to that. There's also your family to consider. When you have a sacred gear, it makes it easier for you to be targeted. It's safer for your family if you have some kind of protection instead of being on your own. The girl from earlier, I think her name was Meguri, interjected as well. Plus, devils have a long lifespan, so you'll basically live forever too. But what about my family and friends? My response left her silent, with an awkward smile. If something like that concerns you so much, you can always just reincarnate your family members into your own peerage whenever you're given your set of evil pieces. What Shitori-senpai said caught my attention. My own peerage? You mean I can have servants too? Every devil who reaches the status of high class is gifted with their own set of evil pieces, which then allows them to live independently with their own peerage. And those people in my peerage, they would be my servants? Which means they would do what? Whatever you ask of them. They're your servants to do with as you please. My brain stopped. Then suddenly, my brain went into overdrive. All of the worldly possibilities flooded my mind. Triple Master. Kaya Issei-sama. Please give me more, Master. Issei-sama, I need you. Please love me. Bro-sensei. This is it. This is my chance. I can finally achieve the legendary harem that we've always dreamed about. Sensei, your memory shall live on. Hayato Issei at your service, is what I was tempted to say. I was seconds away from saluting Shitori-senpai and swearing my loyalty, but, through only sheer power of will, I was able to hold myself back. Only for one reason. Ahem. Before that, I have a question. Hey, my friend. She doesn't remember anything from the other night. Did you erase her memories? Only what was necessary. We limited the memory manipulation to about 12 hours prior to the end of the incident. We concluded that would be sufficient for her sake. 12 hours? In that case, she definitely won't remember anything from that night. But that might be for the best. Putting the issue of her memory aside, her safety is what's most important. That I can't allow anything like that to ever happen again. Not to Aika, not to Asia, not to my sister, anyone. I have to get stronger. I need to be able to protect the people I care about. That's what matters to me the most. If that's the case, then this is your best option. If you join my peerage, I can personally guarantee you that you will become stronger. As your master, making you stronger would be my highest priority and completely to my benefit. I have no reason to deny you that ambition. So if you want to protect your family and the ones you love, there's no better choice than this. I thought about it for a minute. Rainier came after me in Asia because of our sacred gears. Our special abilities made us targets. All around the world, there's going to be creatures and forces who'll want to use our powers. They'll want to use them, abuse them, steal them, and if they can't, they'll just kill us. All our lives, that's going to continue. Until the day we die. The only way to avoid that, for the sake of our friends and family, is to form an alliance. Make a pact. Join a clan. Become stronger. The images of that night flashed through my mind. Aika's belongings scattered across the residential streets of her neighborhood. The look on her face when she realized she'd been stabbed. The blood that was leaking out of her belly. The color leaving her face. To the sight of her eyes slowly shutting. Hayato-kun? Are you all right? Shitori-senpai asked me, snapping me out of my stupor. Everyone else appeared to look at me with concern. I must have been making quite the expression. I shook it off. If giving up my humanity is what it takes to protect everyone, I've made my decision. Then so be it. Shitori-senpai smiled. I'm glad to hear you say that. On one, no, two conditions. And what are those? Aside from becoming stronger, I want financial security for me and for my sister. If possible, I'd like it so that she never has to work another day in her life. Let her retire as early as she likes, with plenty of funds to spare to live carefreely. That was my first request. Shinra-senpai claimed that financial stability and security was no problem for their clan, so let's test that out. Despite my brazen request, Shitori-senpai agreed. Done. Is there anything else? I thought it over for a moment. Another thing came to mind, but it was less of a request and more of a warning. I won't kill or harm any innocent human beings. I don't care what you offer me, what oath I'm under or what allegiance I take, I won't hurt innocents. And I won't destroy or disadvantage those beneath my status. Even if I'm your servant, I won't be SLV. If I disagree with your command, I won't obey it. That's all. To my declaration, everyone looked surprised. Shitori-senpai appeared intrigued most of all. That might pose an issue. As your master, I would have ultimate authority over your actions. If you chose to disobey or disband from me, that could mark you as a potential stray, which is a criminal offense. For that, you could end up being sentenced to imprisonment or death. I won't compromise on my morals or beliefs. I'm not necessarily asking you to either. Shitori-senpai crossed her hands and closed her eyes. She must be thinking, very well. How's this? Although I will be asking of you for nothing less than absolute loyalty, I assure you that I won't ask you to discard your morality or personal beliefs simply for my sake. Not now nor in the future. I certainly won't be asking you to harm any innocent people either. If you believe that I would, then you must have a grim impression of devils. Though I can't blame you entirely for that. That being said, you have my word about what I said. On the honor of my name as heiress to the Sitri clan, that is my promise to you, Issei. That sounded pretty earnest. Everyone else appears to be taking this pretty seriously too. They probably don't get to hear Shitori-senpai make promises like that often. For me though, it's undeniably necessary. I can become a devil in my body, but I won't be in my mind or my heart. I'll cling on to my humanity, no matter what. Otherwise, how could I face Aji-chan and Ero-sensei in the afterlife? Come to think of it, I wonder if I would see them at all after becoming a devil? Wouldn't I go straight to hell? I guess we'll find out. Hoo-oo. After taking a deep breath, I finally confirmed it. Alright, I'll do it. Once again, Shitori-senpai showed off her rare, beautiful smile. In that case, welcome to the Kuo Student Council, Hayuda Issei-kun. Clap clap. To my surprise, everyone started clapping. Out of instinct again, I gave the proper response of bowing my head in thanks. Oh, thank you. I hope I can get along with everyone. In terms of accepting a student council position, this felt normal. In regard to deciding on quitting my own humanity, It's a weirdly casual. Congratulations. Shitori-senpai finally stood up from her seat, causing everyone to stand up as well. Naturally, I followed along and stood up too. Now then, why don't we start with everyone's introductions? Dakuin. Out of nowhere, the student council room doors opened and 2 people entered. I recognized both of them right away, with one of them being someone I was waiting to see. Pardon the intrusion, Sona. Good day to you all. I hope I'm not interrupting. Gremry-senpai greeted her friend, and Shitori-senpai greeted her in turn. Not at all, Rias. I've been expecting you. Asia! I exclaimed. Unintentionally, I cut their greetings short as I ran over to the girl accompanying Gremry-senpai, Asia. I hugged her just like I did with Aika, causing her to stutter from embarrassment. Issei-san. I'm so glad you're all right. It's good to see you. Why, same here. I'm also glad that Issei-san is all right. When I pulled away, I asked her about what concerned me the most. How are you? Are you doing okay? Do you have somewhere you've been staying? Oh, yes, I'm fine. Actually, Bibucho-san has been allowing me to stay in the extra room of the old school building for now. It's comfortable there, so there isn't an issue. That's odd. Asia's Japanese has improved dramatically. If anything, it sounds perfect now. Did the devils give her a language buff or something? That's good. I'm glad. I really am. Of course, I couldn't prevent my guilt from rising to the surface. I took Asia's hand into my own. I'm sorry. Because of my own weakness. You lost your life. I was too weak to save you. Now, thanks to my weakness, you're no longer a human, but a devil. It's all my fault. Can you ever forgive me? I didn't know if I even deserve forgiveness, but I asked nonetheless. However, Asia gently placed another hand on top of my own. See, you have nothing to apologize to me for. I know that if you could have, you would have protected me. You cared for me, looked after me, and gifted me with more memories than anyone ever has before in my life. You became my very first friend. Bucho-san even told me that. You cried for me. There is nothing more that I could ask for in my life. I'm so glad to have met you. So even though I've become a devil, I'm grateful for how everything has turned out. Thank you, Issei-sen. It took all of my willpower, but I was able to hold back my tears and smile. Yeah, same here, Asia. I'm glad I met you too. And I promise that no matter what happens, I'll protect you too. I'll make sure nothing like that ever happens to you again. You have my word. I'll stay your very first friend now and forever. Yes. I'm so happy, Issei-sen. We both smiled. I really am so glad. From the side, Gremry-senpai had a friendly smile. I'm glad the two of you were able to reunite under better circumstances. Isn't that great, Asia? Yes, Bucho. That's right. Asia is Gremry-senpai's servant now. I'm not sure as to what kind of master she is yet, but Asia seems okay. And considering the type of behavior I've seen from senpai, she actually seems alright. She certainly has a softer personality than Shitori-senpai, I think. That aside, she's still the reason that Asia is alive at all. So for that, Gremry-senpai. I turned to Gremry-senpai and bowed my head fully. Thank you very much for bringing Asia back. You have my eternal gratitude. I'm in your debt. I felt a softness on my hair. Gremry-senpai was patting my head? Your words are sweet. I appreciate the thought, Issei-kun, but you don't need to thank me. At the end of the day, this benefits me as well, so I can't act as if it was entirely out of the kindness of my own heart. I see. Even so, if you're ever in need of something, don't hesitate to give me a call. I'm willing to lend a hand, especially if it concerns Asia. Anyone who's an ally to her is an ally to me. I'll keep that in mind, Issei-kun, thank you. I hope you don't mind if I call you that. In exchange, you can just call me Rias. Of course, Rias-senpai. Shitori-senpai finally asked Rias-senpai. So, what brings you here, Rias? I assumed that you wanted to reintroduce the two, but was there anything else you wanted to address? Actually, it's true that I wanted the two to meet, but that was more so Asia's request. Since she'll be attending the academy from now on, they were bound to meet each other sooner or later. Attending the academy? Speaking of which, Asia is wearing a co-student's uniform, which means she's gonna be coming to school here from now on. That's awesome. That means I can see her all the time. Oh, now I can introduce her to Aika. And she can make tons of new friends. I wonder which class she ended up in. Other than that though, there were a couple of other things. Mainly, I wanted to see how the discussion went. I'm assuming the verdict is in your favor. Ria-senpai asked. Shitori-senpai's smile held a hint of pride in it. Yes. Hairu Issei-kun has agreed to join the student council as well as become a member of my peerage. Congratulations. Although it's too bad for me. I thought that if he refused your offer, I might have been able to convince him to join me instead. Presumptuous as always, Rias. Asia made a shocked face at the revelation. Issei-san, you're becoming a devil as well? Oh yeah. I thought it was the smartest option, since I have no idea how to become stronger on my own. Rias nodded and praised her friend. Well, there's no better choice. I'm confident in my own abilities, but in terms of pure intelligence, Sona has always held the upper hand. If there's anyone who can teach you to use your powers efficiently, it's her. You'll undoubtedly become stronger under her tutelage. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If it turned out that I wasn't getting any stronger after becoming a devil, I might actually rebel just out of frustration. That all being said, you're still welcome to visit Asia as well as the rest of us in the Occult Research Club in the old school building whenever you like. That is, whenever you aren't busy with your student council work or devil activities. Oh, thank you, senpai. I appreciate the hospitality. From there, Ria-senpai mentioned one last thing. Speaking of which, the final thing I wanted to mention is that today we'll be having a welcoming party for Asia after school. Naturally, it'll be held in our club room. You're welcome to join, if you wish, Issei-kun. Surprisingly, Ria-senpai invited me to hang out with the rest of her crew. I'm not really personally familiar with anyone in her club, they're just the popular kids, to me. But if it's for Asia, then I'd like to go. Already trying to steal my strongest potential member away, Rias? Shitori-senpai? Kaicho accused her. Ria-senpai just shrugged her shoulders casually. I thought it was the courteous thing to do since he and Asia were close. He might not be a member of my peerage, but he still qualifies as an ally, so I've no reason to exclude him. Even so, it's a bit much to invite him over so callously considering everything, isn't it? The celebration aside, any more time spent with you instead of his own master or peerage might be overstepping it, honestly. If you say so. Ria-senpai then turned to me and apologized. Sorry, Issei-kun. Well, actually, senpai, I'd like to go. Oh, but... Rias appeared to glance towards Kaicho, causing me to do the same. I gave her what sounded like a reasonable explanation to me. Albeit, I did it with a bit of an awkward smile. Shitori-san... No, actually, Kaicho? My bad, but I think I'm going to attend. I'll come by for introductions and the rest later. Kaicho made a slightly snarky remark. Era, already showing me the rebellious side you warned me of, eh? No, it's not that exactly. Just, technically, I'm not your servant yet, so I don't really have to obey you. Right now, hee. I smiled awkwardly while explaining the technicality, causing Kaicho to sigh defeatedly. That is correct, I suppose. Very well, Aiken. Enjoy yourself for today. Welcome to the student council. I'll be awaiting your arrival after school. Then, we'll commence the ritual and make it official. Ria-senpai interjected happily. After the celebration, that is. Ria-senpai exclaimed it with a wide smile, immediately giving me the impression that she enjoys messing with her friend. Naturally, Kaicho deadpanned. Right, of course. Thank you, Rias. Ria-senpai giggled afterward, which sounded cute. Anyway, with that, she let us out. Come then, Asia, Issei-kun. Let's not keep everyone else waiting in the club room. I waved back, bidding farewell to my new fellow student council members. As I followed Ria-senpai, I talked with Asia. On my mind, though, I was left wondering. Soon, my life as a human will end, and my life as a devil will begin. I wonder, how will it turn out from now on? Only time will tell. Whatever happens, please be sure to watch over me, Aji-chan, Ero-sensei. I'll do my best to make you both proud.